One more time. Can everybody hear me now? I was about to have version 2.0 of me messing up. What's up, everyone? Coach Tony here with the Lead Summit. Hopefully, you can hear me now. If not, I'm a little sad. People can hear me now. Fantastic. One more time. Happy Monday. Happy day one. This is Coach Tony with the Lead Summit. We made it. It's been a long wait. Usually our waits aren't this long, but we made it all the way here. Shout out to everyone who is here live. We're streaming on multiple platforms as well too. So hello to everyone. We got a few folks on like a bunch of different groups, and now so I'm seeing the comments flood in from tons and tons of different platforms. Super awesome. Thank you for showing up. For some of you, this is really early. 8 o'clock in the morning for some of you, and then for some of you, it's later today. We even had some folks international. Listen to an international event. A few folks from China, a few folks in the Philippines. I don't know the time conversion, so I'll check that in a bit. But congrats to everyone who is here live as well too. Let me go ahead and welcome you guys with boom. Welcome. Oh, this side now. Boom. Welcome to the Lead Summit. The next 3 days are going to be incredible, amazing, life changing. We've been throwing these events every summer for a few years now, and it gets better and better and better every single year. So I'm super pumped to see you all here with us a year again, right? If you can let me know in the chat, in the comments, is this your first summer event with us, your second, your third, your fourth? We've had a few students start with us from freshman year in high school all the way to senior year. It was just for a lot of folks. I saw a bunch of new names this year. So a lot of you guys are here for the very first time. Let me know in the comments, type a number, and we can see the group that we have here with us today. Okay. With that, as I wait, there is going to be a nice 10-15 second delay based on what I'm seeing as well too. So knowing that, just keep in mind a lot of the speakers and me, we had to say something and wait like 15 seconds for the comments from all the events comes in as well too. So I'm super excited as well there. Cool. If it's your first time meeting me, what's up? My name is Coach Tony Lee. I've been doing these events for several years now. Quick, if you guys are cool, I can go ahead and do a quick 180-second bio of myself real fast so you guys know who is this guy speaking to me the next 3 days as well. So one, I am a college admissions and career coach, helping students mainly in high school pursue higher education and then helping students then land their dream career after that. So I've been doing this for over a decade now. I think we just passed the decade mark this past year. So I'm super pumped, getting ready on decade 2 of doing this work. A little background about me: I grew up low income immigrant family, oldest child. Parents never went to college, had no clue about the college admissions process or anything. I had to navigate myself through every single thing there. Tons of hurdles, tons of obstacles. I made it. I applied to 40 something schools, got into 30 something schools, and then it was between two schools, right? That was a fun story. It was between UCLA and UC Berkeley, right? A few East Coast schools didn't want to go East Coast and this and that, so those are the final two, right? The final two, UCLA offered me the full ride. Actually, it was between three schools: UCI, UCLA, and Berkeley. UCI offered full ride. I didn't like it. It was too close to home. UCLA offered full ride, amazing. Berkeley did not offer a full ride. I'm like, which one do I do? And for me, of course, I went with the Berkeley option because I want to get away from my parents. I've been stuck at home my whole life, wanted to get away, went to Berkeley, discovered that I was not meant to be a math teacher as I dreamed growing up, but I actually loved the field of education. So from then, I started working with high school students to help them pursue higher education as well too. So I've been doing that for the past decade now. Over the years at Berkeley, got to work with the admissions department there for several years. I was an external reader, which meant when students applied to UC Berkeley, I'm one of the 200-300 folks who reads the application and makes a recommendation of yes, you should get in Berkeley, or no, you shouldn't get in Berkeley as well too. So I've read thousands and thousands of applications. analyzed them all, and I figured out, oh, the yes students have this in common, the no students have this in common. So we can, and then based off that, I help students pursue higher education and pursue their goals off that, right? Outside of college or after college, all my friends became admission officers at all the top tier schools. I didn't go that route. I took the more non-traditional route, went to UCLA, was a director there for their outreach department, worked with schools in Southern California for a little bit until I decided let me do it myself. I was limited by the type of students I can work with and the reach I can do. So I kind of went on my own, ventured on my own at that point and kind of did my own thing. Right now, all my close friends are all top admissions officers, associate directors at all these amazing schools, and I help high school students pursue higher education there. So I think this we've helped over thousand and something students get into their top choice colleges for the past decade, which is incredible, and that number just grows and grows every single year as well too. So I know in here we have a few of my current coaching students as well too. So shout out to you guys who are here. You're gonna have a blast this upcoming event. But that's my fun. My other claim to fame is in 2020, right? TikTok came along, and then I got to jump on TikTok for a bit. Did amazing there. Got tens of thousands of followers. I got partnership deals with Harvard. That was also really fast. The peak partnership deal I got. Partnership deal with Harvard. A bunch of different awesome schools. I got recognized as one of the top educational influencers on TikTok and top Asian influencers on TikTok. Super, super proud of those achievements as well too. And that's been my life ever since. Besides that, my personal life, I juggle tons and tons of businesses. For me, to try and make a difference, help the world out as much as I can is what I do. So that's my little quick bio. So if it's your first time meeting me, welcome. We'll get to know each other really well over the next few days. And if you've seen me before, what's up? Nice to see you guys again virtually here, right? So a lot of comments I have been receiving. By the way, can you guys see this? Should I make it different? Is that better? Ooh, is that better? You guys gotta give me feedback with these types of events. Just a heads up, it's gonna be very hard for the readers to gauge if it's silence, right? We feel no one's watching at all, and only I can see the comments. My poor speakers can't see the comments. I'm feeding them comments as they go through. So if you guys can help me, help all the rest of the speakers as well too. Feel free to flood the comments with any commentary you have as well too. Right. So first off, you guys know this actually was not the original date of the Lead Summit. We actually had to push it back a few weeks to this date as well too. So what happened, right? So I just want to share here so everyone is good to go. So the world it's a weird place right now, and during this past times, not getting into super details, there lots of issues happen, medical issues and that with family and this and that. So I was like, oh, it's one of those like things got better. So I was a little MIA, my poor team. I MIA'd them for a little bit. They did amazing. You'll see that the event is put together amazingly thanks to them as well too. But did the best. They did the best they could. I did the best I could in the same situation, but it was not good enough. I felt like, hey, we could do better. Let's try to help more students out by doing this event, make it even bigger. So it was a last minute call by me to like, hey, let's push the event back. Let's either just do it or push it back a little bit. So we're all good to go, ready to go as well too, right? So that's why the date changed. However, in life, right? In life, there's always consequences to everything that you do. Some good consequences and some bad consequences, right? So what's a good consequence out of it, right? Good consequence. This is again the biggest. Oh, by the way, last year we had 3,000 students register for this event. This year we have 9,000 students register. I was this close of hitting the goal of 10,000. We'll hit it next year, but 9,000 students either are going to be watching this live throughout the weekend or they'll be watching the replay. Realistically, most of them are coming for watching the replay as well too, right? So that's one. That's a positive consequence of pushing it back 2 weeks. However, there's two kind of big negative consequences that I do want to share with you all as well too. So first one is the speaker availabilities, right? We established a rock star lineup of speakers for this event, right? Our goal with the Lead Summit is to help you guys with four main areas: leadership, empowerment, admissions, development, right? This event has started off as an admissions event, right? I started several years ago with only just college admissions. And as it grew over the years, we started adding different aspects of things. Career, we started adding special guest speakers, empowerment speakers. I'm like, might as well brand it as such, right? So we got a bunch of really incredible speakers signed up to attend and speak for you guys, and it was gonna be an amazing event. With the pushback to itself, not every speaker can make it. They had prior commitments to this date as well too. We learned that the hard way after we told them about the change in dates. They're all there. They completely understood the situation, but they just couldn't make it happen. Right. So that's the one thing. You'll see the speaker lineup still incredible, not as jam packed as we had before. Right, but that's the first one. And number two, student attendance. Right, we didn't, because of the whole world situation, a lot of schools actually started school earlier this year, different than end of August or September, which a lot of schools typically do. A lot of schools actually started school early this year just to kind of make up for last year's mess as well too. So student attendance, I know for a fact I got this past week and past weekend, hundreds and hundreds of emails saying, oh no, I have school right now, right? Because you can't, you should definitely go to school if it was between this event or school, go to school, right? So a lot of people had to pick and choose. They go pick school, go to school. We'll figure it out after as well too. So live attendance is not going to be as wow as we usually have it. We usually have several hundred folks jumping on live, going crazy in the chat, but you guys will be able to help make it up as well. But however, one quote that one of my mentors always shares with me, and I always want to share with you all. First learning tip of the whole week, Feel free to take notes the whole week as well too. First one is if you can solve problems with action, you don't have a problem. So is there things we can do to help with both of these? And the answer is yes, we can. So, I'm gonna go back to these two first, right? The first one, right? The speaker availability, right? So I asked the speakers, hey, I know you can't make it to the event live as well too, but how can we make it work, right? And I know the speakers that we're bringing to the event, they want to do it live. They don't want to do it in a recorded form to upload, right? They want to actually do it live as well too. So first order of this LEAD Summit is the initial event, which is the next 3 days, is going to be a 3-day live event. Today, tomorrow, and Wednesday live event. However, we're going to place all the original speakers who have planned to speak at the original date. They're still going to do their actual events, their talks, their sessions live for you guys at a future date. So within the next month, we're going to get all the confirmed speakers back in on a live one-off a stream, and we're going to invite you guys all to go as well too. That way, you can even hype them up even more to have a one-off thing, so that you can, if you wanted to attend those sessions, you can definitely join in live as well too. So everyone who was originally scheduled for the event is still going to have the event over the next month as well. So that's incredible, number one. And student availability, student attendance, I'll talk about that in a bit as well too. So the first thing I do want to share as well too is VIP upgrade, right? A lot of folks upgrade to VIP. I think the actual number was like 800 and something families upgraded to VIP. So with VIP, you got the recordings to the entire event as well too, which is like the big thing for the VIP upgrade, right? As of today, I told my team, I said a message to my team this morning. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do something crazy this morning. I think I sent a text out this morning also saying I'm gonna do something crazy. So here's my crazy thing. I'm gonna give the recordings to every single person, right? It's not cool that if you guys can't make it to this event because of this schedule issue I had, that you guys miss out on that. So I'm gonna give everyone the recordings to the entire event after the stream is over, which also means VIP, everyone who upgraded to VIP, I'm gonna go ahead and refund all 800 and something of you guys today. So you guys can get that back. No worries about it. It's on me for as well too. So you guys will get all the recordings of the event, and those of you who did upgrade to VIP, I'm gonna go ahead and give you the refund for that. It should kick your accounts the next few days. I'm gonna do it after the event. So check out that. And if you haven't seen the refund yet, feel free to reach out to me. I'll help you guys out with that. So that's one of my promises to help you guys out with that as well too. All right. And that's it. So I think it's gonna be an incredible day. I'm gonna walk you through the event so you know the schedule and get hyped for this event as well too. So today, from 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock Pacific, just keep the heads up. we have lots of people in lots of different time zones. And every year I try to find the best way of compiling these, and there's no good way. So I'm gonna just keep in mind every date and time I put on here will always be in Pacific time. I'm in like near LA area, Orange County area. So everything will be in Pacific. If you guys are in Central, just add 2 hours. If you guys are in Eastern, add 3 hours. If you guys are any other part of the world, add whatever hours, subtract how many hours to make it make sense for you guys as well too. So from now into noontime Pacific, we're gonna have speakers and learning sessions as well too. So from here to 12, we're gonna have that. We're gonna go on a quick little lunch break. And from 1 to 3, we're gonna do something incredible called the Q&A format. Right, I'll share more about this in a bit. But the Q&A format, that's gonna be a super, super incredible thing as well. To a lot of our speakers who couldn't speak were from this time, so we're gonna make it up and help you guys out with that here. Right. So today's lineup, if you guys want to write it on your calendar to keep track. Right, in 8:30, about 10 minutes from now, I'll probably be done earlier. So we'll go to a little quick mini break until she gets here. But Janae is one of the best SAT tutors, ACT tutors out there. She works really amazing. Her program's amazing as well too. She's like drop by and share tips and strategies about test prep in general, right? So that's a super, super do not miss. If you are a freshman, sophomore, junior, I would definitely make sure you attend. Even seniors now, you can go ahead and attend as well too. Definitely super, super awesome. And then the question is why? Why should I attend? Coach Tony, a lot of schools are going test optional, test blind now, right? So first off, if your school is test blind, that means they're not even looking at the scores at all, not even for scholarships. It's not, you don't need it, right? This is all for seniors. Anyone else though, schools change, right? If you watch the news, a bunch of schools that went test blind this past year are switching over to test optional this year because of whatever reasons, right? So even if the schools that, if you're like a sophomore right now and the schools that you're looking at are all test blind, still consider the test, the ACT or the SAT, because you never know, by the time you apply, they might switch it back to optional. And the other question is, hey, it's optional, should I still take it? And the answer is yes, right? I'll talk about that later this week, about when to submit test scores and when to submit your AP score, test score, all that stuff in my sessions. But quick little preview for you guys, right? You always want to stand out in any way that you can. When things are optional, most students don't do them. So when things are optional, you got to think of it as it's required, right? And that type of mentality, a mindset shift will help you stand out amongst all the other peers. Because think about it, a score of even like a score of like 1,300 on the SAT is better than a score of nothing. That's doing, and especially if the school is optional, you went the extra effort to do something that another student didn't do, right? And again, there's tons of factors around this, especially this weird time in the world as well. But again, when you can, always try to do more than just the minimum. Okay, so that's one. Janae's gonna be incredible. Then you're gonna have me. Yeah, I want to jump in. Me, a lot of today will be a lot of on career and general career and college tips and strategies in my session as well too. At 10:30, got my buddy Coach Justin. You'll be seeing him a lot every single day as well too. His focus on leadership. So students, one of the big core components, not just in the college admission cycle, but in life in general. And your parents can tell you, 100% parents, I'm sure you guys can agree as well too. Leadership is a big thing that will never go away. And my buddy Justin is the leader in the nation when it comes to high school leadership and leadership in general as well too. His company is developing amazing leaders in his community, and he's going global basically right now. So I'm super, super pumped to bring him on this whole week. Is do a little mini session today, but bigger sessions the next 2 days as well too. So get super excited for that. And Dylan is amazing. She's a college essay coach, so she definitely help you guys out. You guys know for seniors now, when you guys are applying to schools, every school is asking you a bunch of different questions to answer as well. So how do you answer correctly? How do you edit correctly as well too? She is incredible. She's helped so many students get into lots of amazing schools based off of their essays. And if you know me, later this week I'll talk about it, that the essay is the most important section of the entire application, right? And then if you don't know the order, I'll talk about that later this week as well, of what college you're looking for as like the most important section to the least important section as well too, so you can focus your energy on the right spots. Cool, cool. All right. So that's the schedule for today. I'm super, super pumped. You guys are gonna have a blast. The speakers this morning are incredible and amazing. Same thing. If you're not in Pacific time, convert them to your time zone so you don't miss out as well, too. Right? There's only one request I'm going to ask the whole week as well, too, each day. My only request for you all is to engage, right? Engage with the speakers. It's definitely a weird time. Virtual, one thing I've learned versus doing speaking live events versus doing virtual events. Live events is easy, right? Live events, we can see everyone's face. They're smiling. We're doing the right thing. If they're not smiling, we're doing something wrong, right? With virtual, right, it's very hard because I can't see faces, right? I don't have faces. Even if I do a Zoom one, half you guys even keep your webcams off, so it's hard to gauge off that as well too. So if my only request for you and for the rest of the speakers, I'm sure they'll ask. A lot of the speakers that we're bringing are very engagement. They're going to ask a lot of questions for you guys, and my only request is just to participate, right? Participate, chat with them, say hi, say hey, I'm stuck, ask questions as well too, right? We told everyone, hey, can you guys do more of a Q&A format on all of your talks? I know that over the past years, that's what the students want the most. We want to make this event perfect for every single person, which means you getting your questions answered as well too. So feel free to ask as many questions as you guys want as well too. During these sessions, feel free to say, hey, that was an awesome point. Anything else there as well too. So my only request is to engage, and you guys gonna have an awesome, awesome event, right? So that's basically it from me. So I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys a quick 6-minute break before we have the incredible Janae jump on and do the first session for you guys. But until then, I do have a little homework assignment for you guys as well too, right? A little homework assignment right now. You can do it right now before we jump on officially, right? Is to answer this question via text, right? The one question I'm asking you guys is if you can get one thing from the live event that will make an absolute win for you, what would that thing be, right? If there is there a certain topic that you're looking for to get answered? Is there a certain question you're looking for to get answered? Is there a certain speaker you're excited for? Whatever that thing is, you guys got 5-6 minutes to go ahead and text me right there as well too. After that, we are going to bring the amazing Janae on. She's gonna be our first incredible speaker for this event. And yeah, if anyone has any questions, drop them in the comments. That's basically it. That's your homework assignment until 8:30. I'll see you guys in a bit.
We go out and on the night, we jump and touch the light. We're dancing, we don't sleep until we die. We don't have to worry, drink up, no, the night is early. Keep dancing, there's no time for running right. Say, cause it are times when you lose your trouble. Cause it are times when you're feeling
All right. Can anybody still hear me? I gotta check now. Gotta check all the time now. Let me know in the comments if you guys can hear me. Just say something like yes in the comments. Thank you for everyone who texted in their one thing they would love to learn from this event. I think I'll read off a few so you guys know that for a lot of you guys, you are not alone. I think a lot of people are scared, but I'm seeing a lot of questions on grades. What type of classes should I be taking? I see a lot on colleges. How do I pick certain colleges as well too? I see a bunch about career, like undecided on what career you want to do. A bunch on test prep. How do you help ACT score, SAT score? You guys asked the right questions. The experts coming up next. That tons of awesome questions around like leadership and motivation. I'm seeing as well too. That's gonna be an awesome one for Coach Justin later. I give him the heads up on the feedback, and a bunch of questions also about like college essays from the seniors, specifically seniors. What do I write for this school's app? What do I write for this school's app? Dylan's gonna be an incredible resource for you guys. So you guys are asking amazing questions, and I think we can answer most of your questions today, if not later this week as well too. So without further ado, I want to introduce you to the very best SAT, ACT expert out there, Miss Janae. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Welcome, Lead Summit. I'm so excited to be your first speaker. And I am going to hop into a little bit more about who I am. My name is Janae Young, and you'll learn a little bit more about that during our masterclass today. But I first want to know who you guys are. So send in the chat where you're from. I'm originally from Wilmington, North Carolina, but I'm also a Stanford student. So my two homes bounce between Wilmington, North Carolina and the Bay, and I'm currently in Dallas, Texas. So let's see if I can see where you guys are coming in from. And shout out if you're from North Carolina or the Bay, because I love you a little bit extra today. And also you may hear a little bit of a Southern twang because I slip into my Southern accent when I get excited. Okay.
Awesome. Yeah, so the chat's gonna be a little slow. Just like I learned this morning, there's like a 15-second delay, so you gotta give it like a little 50 seconds. And there's this chat and another chat, so I'll funnel in the responses views. We have someone from North Carolina. We have Kimberly from North Carolina. We got Julie from the Bay Area. Menjusha's from Southern California. Grace is from Pennsylvania. We got another student from New York. Another student from the Philippines. That's kind of cool. Yeah, so super awesome.
Awesome. Okay, you guys ready? Let's get started. Okay, so this training is for students who want to learn how to rapidly raise their SAT or ACT score without wasting time so that you can attend your top school. So what a lot of you guys were saying when you texted about what you want to take away from this conference, that's what you're going to learn today. And you're going to leave with a 3-step plan that's going to help you create results in your life immediately. My name is Janae. I'm a Stanford student, SAT, ACT expert, and college coach, and I help students quickly raise their scores and create compelling college applications to get into their dream school. And I help students do that in a program of mine called the Success System, and that's exactly what I'm going to teach you how to do today. And if you're a student who's committed to doing everything they can to maximize their chances of getting in their dream school, legally, of course, like no college admission scandal stuff here, but of course, putting your best foot forward to create the best future for yourself, then you are in the right place. This training is also for you if you feel like you're not a good test taker or you're bad at math or reading, if you've taken countless practice exams and spent hours studying, but you feel like you're not getting results, or if you feel like Khan Academy and prep books aren't really working for you, but you're committed to achieving your goal score because you know that you really want to go to your dream school and it's going to help you get there. And maybe you have an upcoming test date that you're preparing for and you want more support throughout the college application process. So if any of those spoke to you, let me know in the chat, like, this is me, this is exactly what I'm experiencing. And I know many of you may be saying, but wait, Janae, do I even have to take the SAT or ACT? Can you explain that? And I like to say, if you can, you should, and here's why. So in any applicant pool, like a test optional applicant pool, for example, other students will always submit scores in a competitive applicant pool. So for example, when I was applying to Stanford, like we're talking about Stanford, obviously all of your Ivies, really competitive UC, or not the UC system, but other schools across the country that are going to have a competitive applicant pool and admissions rate of less than 20%, students will always submit scores. And unless every single school that you're applying to is test optional your senior year, which for my sophomores or my juniors, we don't know yet, then you still need to take it so you're not in a poor position. And high SAT and ACT scores are often required for scholarships and can also determine your course level in college, so what classes you're placed in. And if you plan on getting an internship or a job, which I didn't know, which is why I tell high school students now when I speak to them, they will ask for your SAT and ACT scores. Actually, when I was applying for an internship at one of the biggest consulting firms in the world where I work now, the first thing they asked me for as a Stanford student was my resume and my SAT score. And if I didn't do the work at your age that you all are at now, 16, 17, 18, to submit something that I was proud of, then I wouldn't have had anything to show for, and it would have hurt my application. And I may not be where I am now. And then just like we submit AP and IB scores to elevate our applications, you want to provide as much evidence as possible that you belong at that school. So I talk to students all around the world, and shout out if you're in any AP or IB classes right now who submit those scores, even though they're optional, and it's just the same type of thing where you can submit them to add more quantitative evidence to your application that you belong there and show your academic skill. And not only that, but the statistics continuously show us that at test optional schools where you have the option to submit, submitters are admitted at higher rates than non-submitters. So the data is showing it, and I'm telling you, if you can take it, you should take it. And a lot of you may be in the same position that I was in, like when I was your age, where I was trying to figure out how to raise my score, which I saw when Tony was reading out what your responses were. And so I know, just like you probably do, I always had really big dreams, but I lacked a plan to get me there. As a junior, I always wrestled with the question, how can I get the best SAT or ACT score possible? Because I knew this was going to be key to my future, but I didn't know how to approach it. I didn't have a plan. And so I fell into something that I like to call the hustle. And here's how I initially tried to raise my score. I was doing all the things and I still wasn't seeing results. This is baby Janae at Stanford. I was a junior, so the age that you guys are at right now. And I was doing Khan Academy. I bought a few test prep books from Barnes & Noble. I had practice exams. I was on YouTube all the time. And I would try studying on Khan Academy and I would get bored, or I would try prep books. And I was inconsistent. And I would also try to take practice exams all the time. But I found out that practice exam after practice exam, my score wasn't increasing the way I wanted it to. And if any of you are like, this is exactly the position I'm in, let me see you in the chats, because I can know exactly what you're experiencing. And if you're anything like me, my lack of progress was making me feel unmotivated, anxious, and alone. And I started doubting if I'd ever even make it to my dream school. And my extra time was always consumed by trying to figure out how to raise my score. I would go into YouTube and I'd type, how can I raise my SAT or ACT score? And I'd watch all those videos. I don't know if anyone else has done that, but it takes up so much of your time. But the good thing is, because I've been in your position, I have the unique ability to help you. And so that's exactly what I'm going to talk about today. And we're going to start by figuring out what your goal score is. So in the chat, I'm going to have Tony shout out your responses. I want you to tell me what your goal score is, and then I want you to tell me why you think you haven't achieved it. I see Kimberly saying, this is me. Love that. Oh, Tony, I don't think we can hear you, or I can't hear you. Oh, I think you still may be on mute.
Still better now?
Okay, we
There
can
you
hear
go.
you.
It's always gonna be like the next 3 days as meals like click you mute have as well too. But yeah, super awesome. Tons of people say yes here on the other chat. Tons of yeses as well too. We're still waiting for here. Go ahead and put your dream score. The other ones, is it goal score?
Goal
In the
score
other
and
chat,
why you haven't achieved it.
got it. On the other one, we have one person who responded 1550. They just don't know what to study, don't know what to work on. Is one student. Another student's goal is 1500 plus, no exact number there. Their thing is they're not great in math, so they're stuck in that math is for them. One more, I see someone wants a perfect 1600 as well too. And then they just say they need more practice tests is what they say. Over here, score 35 for the ACT then. Nothing yet here. Another one is high 20s. Have not achieved it because haven't found a study prep program that works for her yet. Another one is a 1530, and the reason is not putting in too much time.
Okay, awesome. So if you guys are like my students that I've coached around the world, it falls into 3 reasons a lot of the times why students feel like they haven't achieved their score. And like Tony was reading out, those reasons why they fall exactly into what I was saying. So guess what? Most students think they can't raise their score because they're not a good test taker, bad at math, grammar, science, or reading, or they don't have enough time. Right? A lot of times when I talk to students, they tell me, oh, well, like I'm not a good test taker, or I don't have enough time to practice, or I'm really bad at math, grammar, science, or reading, and like that's what's holding me back. That's why I can't achieve my goal score. But in reality, here's the simple truth. Students struggle to reach their goal score. This is also new me. So that's me actually at Stanford instead of baby me, who is trying to get in and stuck worrying about my score. But students struggle to reach their goal score because they don't know how, or they don't have the proper support to do so. Like that's it. Those are the only 2 reasons, right? And the good news is today I'm going to teach you how, and I'm also going to show you how I can support you further. So we're going to fix these 2 things today, but I want you to just always come back to this. If you're worried about not achieving your goal score, you're trying to figure out what to do. These are the only 2 things you need to worry about: figuring out what to do and getting the support to do so. And so my progress was slow because I didn't have a strategy. Because time doesn't create our results, the right strategy creates our results. And that's why studying harder is not studying smarter. We can open a test prep book, or like someone was saying, get in the wrong program that doesn't actually show us how to increase our score. We can spend a year in there, or we can look at a test prep book for a year, we can do Khan Academy for a year and get no results. And that's because time doesn't create our results. The right strategy creates our results. The right support creates our results. The right method creates our results. And that's why studying harder is not studying smarter. But I built a process that allowed me to raise my score in less than 90 days, and it only takes 3 simple steps that I'm going to teach you today. And this is how I went from being in your shoes around this time, like when I was a rising senior around August, to getting into Stanford at the beginning of December early and changing my life in a little over 90 days. Like I'm completely changing my life. And that's what I'm going to show you how to do today. It only takes 3 simple steps. Well, we're first going to go over some mistakes that you're making in the test prep process so that you know exactly what to avoid. And we're going to go through some fun true or falses as well to get you guys engaged to help you learn. And then I'm going to take you through the 3 simple steps and show you how I can support you further after that. And then we're going to answer some questions and do a quick Q&A at the end. Okay. And this is your escape plan. What I'm going to show you today is going to take you from winging it and being burnt out to being an SAT, ACT expert with a quick strategic system. So I think, like someone said when Tony was reading out those answers, this is exactly going to be the right process for you, and you're finally going to learn it today. So which do you want to be? Let me know in the chat. Tony can read it off or project it on the screen. Do you want to be a hustler or do you want to be the experts? Because my switch from being a hustler to expert was one of the best things that I ever did. Because right now you're spending hours a day, you're trying to figure out what to do, and you have this hustle energy. We're going to let that go. We're going to focus on simplicity. We're going to focus on 3 simple steps because that's all it takes for you to transition to being an expert. So let's see what you guys are saying. We'll see if we get your responses up. Oop, Tony. Okay, expert. I see it.
All right. A lot of people see expert on the other chat. Expert.
Lovely.
So everyone wants to be an expert.
We love to see it. Okay, here we go. We're going to start with our first true or false. Okay, true or false, if you do well in math classes at school, you'll definitely do great on the SAT or ACT math section. Let me know, true or false. You can probably see your guys' answers on the screen.
We have one more for expert on the last question.
Thank you, Grace.
Awesome. Okay, we have a few falses. False. On the other chat, false. Other chat, a few false. One true.
Okay.
On the other one as well.
Okay, you guys are good. All right, here we go. So this one is false, and I'm going to explain why, so stick with me. But first, I want to go through what a breakdown of a 1500 SAT score looks like, because that was what you all were talking about. A lot of you guys sent that in when I asked about your goal score. And so here's what a 700 plus on the SAT math section looks like. This is actually the rubric from an SAT exam. And what you'll see here in the black circle is that actually to get a 750 on SAT math, you can only miss 4 questions. There's 58 math questions in total, and you could only miss 4 on this exam to get a 750. For every extra question that you miss, your score got docked 10 points. And I say this to say that the margin for error to get those goal scores that you all are talking about is slim. And that's why skipping questions you don't understand isn't going to cut it. You need to master these skills. I see a lot of students go into the SAT or ACT and they just wing it because they're like, oh, well, I'm sure I'll know the math questions, right? But when we wing it, we lose out on the opportunity for mastery, which is what we need to only miss 3 or 4 questions. Because what I will tell you is the students who miss 3 or 4 questions go in knowing how to do every single question. And it's just a few silly mistakes that hold them back. And this is why SAT math can be difficult. This is what I like to call the triad of SAT math. So if you're taking notes, which you should be, this is a great diagram for you to draw. So I'm going to really go into depth in this so you can get this down. SAT math is difficult for 3 reasons. First, they bring in concepts in algebra, geometry, and trigonometry that you need to refresh. Concepts that you probably haven't seen in a while if you're towards the end of your high school career. And they combine those with a weird structure in the way that they word the questions, where they are not something that you typically see in school. They're asking you the questions and testing those skills in a different way. And they add in time pressure where you only have 30 to 60 seconds per question. And all of a sudden, this is an incredibly difficult feat for students that stumps students around the world, right? Where you may be running out of time, you may be scoring poorly or failing to understand some problems. And it's not because you're bad at math, it's because you lack the correct strategy with which to approach the test. And we see why it's important that we get the right strategy, because achieving a score on par with the school you want to go to is important, and it can and will determine your admission. One thing that I like to focus on is actually showing transparency of score data. And so this is actually screenshotted from Stanford's website. It's public data, so you can go look it up yourself. But what we see here, I saw someone shout out an ACT goal score earlier. This is taken from ACT scores, but we see that 75%, nearly 75% of people who applied to Stanford had an ACT score of 30 and above. So like I talked about at the beginning, when I say that students are always going to submit scores, you want to submit something that's equally competitive to the students who will always be submitting scores. And then their admit rate was 4%, which is already, one of the most competitive in the nation. And I know since I'm speaking a lot of California students, we probably have a few goals, dream schools of going to Stanford. So that's why I wanted to focus on Stanford specifically. And those students made up 90% of the admitted class, the people that you're in class with, the people you're walking around campus with. And you see if you were lower than a 30%, your admissions chances even dropped to less than 1%. And so that's why it's so important that we do the work now to submit something we can be proud of, so that also when you get on campus, you have the academic skills in order for you to be successful. And so if your current SAT score is under 1450, or your current ACT score is under 33, there are still skills that you need to master. And taking tests over and over and over again isn't going to fix that. It's like going to do a driver's exam or like driving on the road without doing driver's ed, right? Like you're going to get in a car accident. There's going to be a car crash. And so mistake number one, write this down if you're taking notes, is failing to relearn and master the skills required for the SAT or ACT and wasting your time studying the wrong ones. Because in reality, like when was the last time you actually solved a systems of inequalities problem? Probably a really long time ago. If I wasn't tutoring students every week, it would have been 5 or 6 years for me, right? All the way back in Algebra 1. And so we have to relearn and remaster those skills so that we can solve them in 30 to 60 seconds. And so a lot of students are currently maybe in calculus or pre-calculus. If you are, shout it out in the chat, but you may still be struggling on SAT or ACT math, and here is why. You need to know exactly what you're going to be tested on, so you can't wing it. You need to know all of those concepts by name so that you're incredibly familiar with them. And then you need to master and relearn these concepts to perform well under time pressure, so that you can solve these questions in 30 to 60 seconds. And these are the two elements that you're going to need to be successful on SAT or ACT math. Okay, time for another true or false. Taking practice exam after practice exam is the best way to study. And this is going to test what someone said earlier about not having enough practice or practice exams. Let me know what you guys think, true or false. Okay, let's see what we got.
We are seeing. Can you hear me? I think you can hear me. Okay, you can hear. I see falses, false, false. The other chat, false, false. Everyone's unanimous false for this one.
Okay, cool. So you guys are right. This is false, and I want you to let me know if this sounds like you in the chat. You sit down, you take a practice exam for 4 hours, and it freaking sucks. And when you finish, you feel drained. You score the exam and you go do something else because, like, honestly, who likes taking long exams and your face looks like this? It's a sad face, right? Because no one likes taking practice exams. And oftentimes, students that I see taking endless practice exam after practice exams, when I get on consults with students and they're doing this, it tells me that they're failing to analyze their mistakes and they may be caught in the cycle, and you may be too, where you take an exam, you finish, and you're too exhausted to deeply analyze your test. And then after you score the exam, you realize you need more practice and you didn't get the score you wanted. So you study a bit more and then you take another exam. And you keep going in this loop. And what happens is that you never even analyze your mistakes and you end up wasting time because you're continuously trying to figure out how to raise your score, but you're not really doing the deep work to understand what you got wrong and why. And not only that, but a lot of times when students take practice exams, it's a big deal, right? Like it takes a lot of your time. And then on top of that, when you're not getting the score that you want, it knocks your confidence down completely. And then you have to muster up the courage to do it again. A lot of students procrastinate on that. And then they take it again, and it's not what they wanted. And then you're just on the verge of giving up, right? Because you're like, I can't do this. If that's you in the chat, let me know, like, this is exactly what I'm doing. And that's why mistake number 2 is failing to create a sustainable study schedule and evaluate your mistakes. Because in reality, you could be spending 20 to 30 minutes a day and getting better results in taking a practice exam multiple times a week. I'm going to say that again. You could be spending 20 to 30 minutes a day, which I'm going to show you how to do, and getting better results than taking a practice exam multiple times a week. I see some me's in the chat. Exactly. I see a lot of students do that. Okay, last true or false. The things holding you back from your goal score are also holding you back from other areas of your life. True or false? See what we got. This is one that's going to get to the root of a lot of things. I'm going to give you guys the real tea. Okay, here we go.
I'm seeing a true. I'm on the other chat. I see a true and a false.
Okay.
So let's see true, true, multiple trues.
Okay. Okay, awesome. All right, here we go. So this one is true. And that's why mistake number 3 is failing to use the SAT ACT process to transform into the version of yourself who belongs at your dream school. Because this is so about so much more than just a score for you. And I really want to drive home why. Guess what? The habits preventing you from achieving your goal score, and I saw a bunch of trues in the chat, so I know you guys already know this, are also preventing you from achieving other things in your life. The less than ideal time management skills holding you back from developing a consistent schedule are the same ones preventing you from having more time for self-care. And the lack of clarity around what to do to prepare, binge watching on YouTube, figuring out what to do, like surfing the web, reading all the blogs, is also sucking time away from other areas of your life that spark joy for you, like spending time with family and friends. Like imagine what you could do if you had an extra 3 hours in your week. You may be able to work on that passion project that you've been putting off. And then the self-doubt that you feel is keeping you from your goal score is also holding you back from pursuing your other dreams. Because if you feel like you're not academically competent enough to reach your goal score, imagine how that's also showing up in other areas of your life. You may not be going for certain things that you could, right? Or you may not be showing up as the highest version of yourself. And it's okay if you've been making these mistakes. We all have, because as students, like someone said earlier, oftentimes we're not even shown how to raise our score. That's okay, because I'm going to show you the 3 steps today and we can stop making these mistakes. So these mistakes die here. We're done with them. Those 3 mistakes, we're not doing those anymore. We're eliminating them and we're moving on to getting success in 3 simple steps. So pull out your paper, your pencil, or your notes on Google Docs or however you're taking notes here. I'm going to give you like 10 seconds and then we're going to jump in to the bulk of the training where we're going to go through 3 steps to raise your score. Okay, you guys ready? All right, we're going to go. Okay, here we go. First step, and this is like our mini step before step 1, is to commit to your goal and to yourself. Before you do anything, you must commit to and honor the goal and the vision that you have for yourself. So I want you to pull out a sticky note, write down your goal score and your goal schools, and put it somewhere that you're going to see every day. That can be your bathroom mirror, that can be your car, it can be your lock screen on your phone, whatever it is. And then I want you to invest in the resources, services, and support that you need to achieve it, because you deserve it and you can do it, right? And a lot of you guys may not be thinking that right now. Like you really may not believe that you can do this. And I want to offer that it's completely possible for you. And that the first step is committing to that vision you have for yourself. I remember when I was a junior or senior, like many of you, I didn't know how I was gonna make it happen, but I was like, I really wanna go to Stanford and I'm gonna commit to getting there. And I don't care what it takes, but I'm going to commit to it and I'm going to surround myself and give myself support that I need to get there, because my future matters and my dreams matter. And so I'm going to do whatever it takes to get me there. So that's step number 1, start by committing to your goal. And then the other step, number 1, is skill mastery, where we're going to equip ourselves with a test toolbox. Because like I said, we need to master these skills on the SAT and ACT. And you can do this with a proven, thorough curriculum that's going to teach you every SAT and ACT concept from day 1, so you can stop taking all those practice exams. So that when you see a problem on the SAT or ACT, it's not a matter of, oh, I don't know how to solve that, but it's like, okay, I know exactly everything that I need on this test. So it's just a matter of reaching down from that toolbox and pulling out one of the skills and just trying to figure out what skill they're testing me on. And this is going to give you speed and confidence. And you want to be able to rewatch and relearn these concepts as many times as you need so that you can solve the problems in 30 to 60 seconds. We all learn differently. So you want to put yourself in an environment where you can rewatch and relearn as many times as you need, because you're going to need to spend some more time on certain concepts than others. And then in addition, you want to practice how you play by using the right material. So I'm going to say this and you may be surprised, but I don't want you using textbook and prep book problems. And here's why. The Princeton Review, or books like that, companies like that are great, but they write questions for the Princeton Review. They're not the College Board, or they're not ACT Incorporated. So their questions are going to be different than what you'll see on the SAT or ACT slightly, because they're not actually produced by the College Board. So you want to practice with actually what you're going to see on test day, which I like to call practice how you play. And you want to use released SAT and ACT materials. And by practicing with those released materials, you'll familiarize yourself with the patterns on the SAT and ACT, so you know exactly what to expect on test day. So there's no surprises. And then step number 2, you're going to learn the strategy so that you can become a test expert. So after committing to your goal and mastering the skills, you want to find the right way to study and the right way to approach each section on the test. So you're going to focus on one section at a time, so that you're not doing math, grammar, and then science another day. You're going to focus on one section at a time so you can identify the mistakes that you're making and the patterns in each section. So like math, focus on math, keep going with math, and then transition to reading when you're ready, or whatever you want to do in whatever order. And then you also want to learn how to properly evaluate your questions so you can decrease your mistakes by up to 90%. Because when we actually deeply understand our mistakes, we're not going to make them in the future. And then you're going to save yourself time, and you're going to start improving rapidly. And then you also want to learn how to read passages quickly so that you save time on each section. And then how to solve problems that currently leave you feeling stuck so that you have more confidence on test day. And learning the strategy from people who have done so themselves will allow you to make progress faster, because you can sort of just pick up on their secrets and start using it in your own strategy. And in addition, you want to stop using passive learning and utilize active learning. So things like watching Khan Academy, watching YouTube, using prep books, reading blogs, this is passive learning. And here's why. It's like our brain is just in passive mode. We're watching something or we're reading something. We're not actually doing the nitty-gritty hard stuff. And this is not good, because active learning is what you need to create new neural pathways in your brain that's going to help you retain the information that you're learning. So this looks like solving problems, going to tutoring, figuring out where you're specifically getting stuck and working through that, understanding and evaluating your questions so that you know not to make the same mistakes in the future and understand where you're getting stuck. That's active learning, and that's what we want to tap into. And 20 minutes of watching a video is so much less productive than 20 minutes of like problem solving and understanding your mistakes, right? And so when we implement active learning, we can actually have shorter study sessions, and we don't need to spend hours on top of hours watching all these videos or watching Khan Academy, because we're getting it done in 20 to 30 minutes and making progress every day. And so step number 3 after that is to find the support that makes your success inevitable. This is me. This is what I look like coaching my students every single week. Because imagine what you could do with an entire team of experts backing you. Like, you need someone who can answer questions that you will have and guide you through problems that you don't understand. Because you want to understand your mistakes on a deep level so that you can make progress quickly. And rather than just showing you like what to do in a passive nature, you want someone who can find where you're at, like where you're getting stuck, and help you with your weak points. Because once you understand your weak points on a specific level, you can then make progress. But your weak points are going to be different than everyone else's, so you can't have like a one-fits-all solution, right? And engaging with someone in real time, face-to-face, or Zoom screen to Zoom screen, is going to be so much more effective rather than just like watching someone behind a screen, because they're going to be able to guide you through whatever you need, right? And that's going to help 10x your results. So finding that support is going to be incredibly important for you raising your score rapidly and finding success. And this is what I like to call the cycle of success, where right now you may be stuck over here with the time and mistakes, where right now I actually think, here we go. You may be stuck right here with the time and mistakes, where you're pouring in a lot of time right now and you're still making a lot of mistakes. If you're like, this is me, let me know in the chat. Like, this is what I'm doing. Where you keep putting in time, you keep making mistakes. And that's because a lot of times expertise can take a really long time to study. Like, I've been doing this for years. I've been doing this like before I was like younger than you guys, right? And so in order to develop that strategy, it takes time in order to develop that expertise and experience. And I know that you all don't have that. And so if you enter the cycle over here, then you can use someone else's strategy that has been developed to automatically start getting your results. And so that's why with the right strategy, you can start improving immediately. And I like to think of it like my workout dilemma, which I'm going to explain, where willpower is a limited resource. And this is why self-studying is so hard. If you're like, I can't stay consistent studying by myself, this is why. And it's because your success is limited by your motivation when you're alone. And we know your motivation is hard to keep up with everything that we've had to deal with this year. Like this year has been a test, and the last one too, right? And I like to call this my workout dilemma, because this entire summer, and let me know if you guys haven't either in the chat, this will make me feel better. I haven't worked out this entire summer. And that's because every single time I say I'm going to go to the gym, I get lazy and I'm like, oh, I can go on TikTok or something. Right? And that's because willpower is a limited resource. But when you have a trainer for your brain, when you have someone to push you, someone to help you, someone to support you, then it helps you overcome the challenges that we all face when we're trying to accomplish new goals. Whether that's losing weight or raising your score or learning a new skill, whatever it is, when you don't just rely on your willpower alone, then your goal doesn't just become about you, but then you have someone who's also backing you to help you support your goal. They're just as invested in your success as you are. And it's like a trainer for your brain, because they're also going to help you stop and avoid the sneaky ways that your brain may try to trick you, like saying you should go on TikTok when it's time for you to study, but instead say, okay, well, what if we actually find 20 minutes to study? We use active learning during that time, and then you do that, and then you go on TikTok later and you feel accomplished instead of guilty and shameful, which you may be feeling now, right? So that's how you elevate your actions. And if you have that type of daily support, like for the next 30 days, for the next 60 days, for the next 90 days, imagine how much progress you can make. And so if you follow this process, guys, you will reach your goal score. You'll become the version of yourself who's ready for your dream school. And this is the bridge from where you are to where you want to be. And so I'm going to illustrate how this process works in a second. But right now, you may be feeling like this, or you came here. I know a lot of you guys asked, like, Tony asked what you want to get out of the conference. And a lot of people said test prep secrets, like, how do I raise my score? So you may be feeling kind of anxious when you came here. But in a matter of weeks, using this process, this is where you can be. Celebration time. And all you have to do is commit to the goal, master the skills, learn the strategy, use those mini exercises we talked about, and get yourself the support that you need. And so I'm going to illustrate how this works on a deeper level with my Success System students. So when my Success System students find me, they're typically studying hard, but they're frustrated because their score has remained stagnant. And they know that they need a higher score for their dream school. Oftentimes, they want to do well, but they don't know where to start with studying, like I think some of you said in the chat, and they want more support than Khan Academy or test prep books because that's not working for them. And they have a test approaching, so they know they need to raise their score quickly. And right now, they may be taking a lot of practice exams. They're glancing at the answer key, but they don't understand why they missed it on a deep level. And they're lacking consistency overall with how they're approaching studying for the test. And they want to get here. They want to get into their dream school, whatever that is for you. And I also want to know your guys' dream school. So drop them in the chat. If there's any Stanford, prospective Stanford students, I'd love to see that because I love Go Cardinal. Okay. And so they want to get here. That was actually a video of my student getting into her dream school, actually. Her name is Rachel. And so we start with skill mastery. I teach them every math concept on the SAT or ACT, teach them every grammar concept on the SAT or ACT, and I give them video modules so that they can rewatch and relearn those concepts like we talked about, putting themselves in an environment for success because they can work at their own pace. Then I give them practice sets for each concept so they can practice efficiently, right? So that they're not wasting all their time. And then I give them access to tutoring 3 to 4 times a week so that they can practice these concepts more and continuously learn, right? And then we move on to strategy, where I teach them strategy for every section of the SAT or ACT. And I show them how to study in 30 minutes a day versus hours on end. Then I teach them how to navigate reading and science passages faster. Then I teach them how to truly evaluate every mistake so they're not continuously making the same ones. I teach them how to save time on every section so that they finish on time. So when my students come to me, a lot of them aren't finishing the sections on the SAT or ACT. They're running out of time. So we rectify all of that. So we learn the skills, then we get the strategy, and then we surround them with support. So I text them every week to check in on how they're doing. I give them access to 24/7 tech support so they can ask me questions at any time. And then I teach them how to better manage their time and their mind so that they're more successful and efficient versions of themselves. And they feel more confident in their goals and their ability to accomplish them. And then I help them find their story and write their essays and help them along their entire high school process for their college applications, all the way up to essay writing. And then after they submit their college applications, I also help them find scholarships after their college applications for success. And when we go throughout this process together, they reach their goal score with ease, they perform better in their classes with live tutoring support, they have more time to do the things that they love, they're less anxious, and they're more self-confident and skillful. They have phenomenal college applications and essays, and because of that, they receive more money in school and scholarships. And so that's how this process works, walking you through it step by step. And this is not just a process for like the SAT or ACT. Like if I told you that you had to bake the best chocolate chip cookies in the world, like what would you need to make that happen? You'd need to understand the skills on a general level, like how to put cookies on a sheet, how to make the dough, how to put them in the oven, right? And then there'd be some strategy secrets as well, probably from like master chefs being in the kitchen all these years, like how to sprinkle them on top, what little things you need to do to add to make the cookies even better than everyone else's. Things that I clearly can't figure out because I've burned so many batches of cookies. And then you'd want to get the support that you needed. You may want someone to help guide you through that process. You want someone to show you the ropes. You'd want to get people's opinions as you were first starting baking those cookies. And after time, with the skills, the strategy, and the support, you would be a world-class chef in making chocolate chip cookies. So this isn't just about the SAT or ACT. You can apply this to anything in your life. This is truly the formula for success and mastery in everything, right? And so in this case, we're using it to raise your score, but you can use it with anything. And so I want you to start thinking about like, what if your dream school is no longer a possibility, but an inevitability? Like, how would this change your life? For me, my entire future changed. And I want you to tell me in the chat, like what your why is, right? Like, how would this change your life? And why do you want to go throughout this process? We'll wait to see what you guys say in the chat. Actually, as you guys are typing that, I'm going to talk to you about two students who probably very, very, very similar whys to you. So first, starting with Gabby, which I'm sure many of you will, as I see your whys come up in the chat, this will be on par. But Gabby's why was that she wanted to pay for college completely. She didn't want her family to pay for anything. So she worked with me and she raised her score by over 3 points in less than 30 days for the ACT. And she won $30,000 to $40,000 in scholarships. She had multiple schools that she could choose from. She chose the one that offered her the most money because of merit. And she's attending her dream school for free in the fall, so she doesn't have to pay anything. And with Jocelyn, she was really set on her goal, her dream school. She like knew this was the school for her. Actually, like Chapel Hill, for those who are from North Carolina or who want to go to Chapel Hill regardless because it's a great school. And when working with her, she raised her SAT score by a whopping 250 points. And we stayed and worked together for as long as it took because we were committed to her goal no matter what. And she was accepted into her dream school early, and she found so much success, and she's now attending there in the fall, right? So that's an example of like what two of my students' whys have looked like, but I want to hear what yours are. So let's read them out in the chat if they've come up, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, I have two from the other chat. One, I think these two are awesome examples. I think one of them was money, right? I think they referenced you saying that they didn't know that the SAT could give them money as well too. So they were definitely thinking of that as an option to kind of help pay for school because they need help with the financial aid side of things. The other student just wants to they want to get a good career as well too. So
Yeah,
leading also a good career there for them.
exactly. Awesome. Okay, so this is the process. This is the process for SAT and ACT success that I walked you through. Using these 3 simple steps, you can accomplish your goals and accomplish your goal score, which I know is going to be so important for so many of you. And you can stop worrying about what to do because now you know exactly what to do. And so now I want you guys to write down your questions because we're going to hop into a quick Q&A. But before we do that, just like write down your questions on a side sheet of paper and I'll tell you when to send them in for Tony to read off. Before we do that, if you're like, I want to reach my goal score. I want to become a smarter, more confident version of yourself. I want you to drop a heck yes in the chat so I can see you on the screen. You're like, heck yes. Everything that you've been saying has been speaking to me. I feel really connected to you. This makes sense to me. Like, I understand what you're talking about. Then I want to invite you to apply to the success system. I help students quickly raise their scores and write essays to get into their dream schools using the 3-step method that I just talked about. We don't overcomplicate things. We use simplicity and we just get results. We focus on those 3 steps. And the community where it all happens is called the SAT ACT Success System. And I already went through actually like what those 3 steps look like applied. So I'm not going to go over that again. But just to recap, we do the curriculum to master the skills so that you can stop studying the wrong things. Then we give you the strategy that you need to score highly, and we surround you with support and accountability. So if you know this is what you need, I want you to listen up. I get a lot of questions every single time that I speak in the chat about what the program looks like. And I also get a bunch of questions via email. So I'm going to cut down on that right now by explaining what the actual process looks like before we hop into Q&A. Okay, here we go. This is where you want to take notes. So inside the success system, this is what it looks like. This is what the program would look like inside for you. We start with live tutoring 3 to 4 times a week to master the skills, practice the strategy, and work on your college applications. So this is live tutoring that you can come to. We hop on. It's not like a boring class where we're just lecturing on. It's like real problem solving where you bring the questions that you have and we work through the things that you're currently stuck on. And then in addition to that, you get your online school, a personalized online school for you with over 10 video modules that walk you through every math, science, grammar, and strategy concept on the SAT or ACT. So if you're worried that you don't know the math for the SAT or ACT, or you feel like you're bad at math or bad at reading or bad at grammar, this is where we correct that. And you get over 40 video modules that walk you through everything that you need. And since it's your personalized online school, you can always go back and rewatch and relearn anytime that you need. And then you also get one-on-one tutoring support, one-on-one tutoring tech support for all your questions, plus extra accountability, right? Where I text everyone in the program, all of our members every single week. And if anytime you have a question, you can actually like text me. I have students who have texted me. This is my actual phone. I have students who have texted me during this masterclass because whenever you don't understand something, you just shoot me a quick text and I walk you through everything that you need. Like you can see, this is an explanation that I sent back to one student when she messaged me. So you're getting help with where you're specifically stuck at, and you don't have to worry about not understanding questions anymore. And then you get lifetime access to all course materials, like everything that you need, like for life. We're doing this for life. You get access to live tutoring for life. You get access to one-on-one tech support for life. So this is for the entirety of high school for you. Right? And even in a college beyond. And I really want to explain that because a lot of people are like, that has to be too good to be true. And it's not, right? So it's the last program you need because everything's covered for you. And in addition to that, we'd go through time and mind management coaching so you can become a more confident, efficient version of yourself. And we also give you tutoring for your math classes all the way up to AP Calculus BC. So if you have questions in school, you can also bring those to live tutoring every single week. You can also bring those to one-on-one tutoring tech supports. And then we also include a bonus college course for all of our students so that you're supported through the next phase of your life as well. And so typically when I talk to students, I see 4 questions that keep them stuck that I quickly want to address. The first question is it worth it? And I want to offer that no matter what, becoming a smarter, more confident version of ourselves is always worth it. And an investment in your education is invaluable, and these skills will help you in college and beyond. Right? Like no one has ever said, like, I completely regret becoming a smarter version of yourself. Because when we elevate ourselves in all areas of our life. Second concern I see a lot of students have is, do I have time? And I want to offer also that you can get results in less than 30 minutes a day when you know what you're doing. Right? Because the time that you'll earn back and that you'll save from not having to try to figure things out all the time will allow you to focus on other things. You also have lifetime access to the program, so you don't have to worry about rushing like you would where you have to like maybe you only have so many sessions with a private tutor, or you have a class that you feel like is going to end in a certain amount of weeks. Like you don't have to worry about that. So you have all the time that you need. And a lot of students ask me also, will it work? And I also say that you'll raise your score when you use this process and you have the right support, because lack of results stems from lack of support. And this is why we offer 100% money back guarantee for all the students in the program, because we know that working with us will get you results because that's what we do. And then the fourth question I see is, am I smart enough? And I want to say that you don't need to be a math whiz for this process to work. The process that I went through is universal. And I help everyday students like yourself get extraordinary results. I help students become extraordinary students. And the difference is working with a team that cares about you, working with a team that wants your success just as bad as you do, not one that just is going to consider you another student. You're just another head in their course. Like, that's not what it's about. It's about surrounding yourself with people who love and support you so deeply that success is inevitable for you. And so applications are open. I'm going to walk you through how it works. There's 3 steps to enroll. You can scan this QR code with your camera. So you just use your camera and scan it right there. And then from there, you want to make a decision about what you want to do. And a lot of people say to me, oh, Janae, I can't make a decision without my parents. You can't commit without your parents unless you're making financial decisions for yourself, but you can make a decision, because when you make a decision, that will allow you in step 2 to communicate with your family from a place of certainty. So you now have a team that's going to help you raise your score in 90 days or less, and then you have access to us for life for as long as you need, and you raise your score, you get your money back. So if you know, like, I've been looking for a solution to raise my score, and I'm really connecting with the process that you're talking about, then this is exactly for you. And you can scan the QR code. It'll take you directly to the application page, and you fill out an application. It takes 1 minute. That's what I recommend all of you do during Q&A. So I'm actually going to give you a minute to do that. And then you apply. And once your application is approved, you'll receive all enrollment details via email. So like pricing info, how to create your account, how to log in, and you can enroll in less than a minute and join us. And then step 2 is to communicate with your family from a place of certainty and explain the solution to your problem, because they want you to be just as successful as you do, right? So it's so much different than saying, hey, like, I met this girl, Janae, today, and there was this cool program, and I think I'm interested in it, versus saying, hey, mom, dad, I found a solution to my problem. I found a way for me to get to my dream school, and I'd really like your support in helping me with that. And here's what it is. Here's my solution, right? That certainty is going to change the way the conversation goes for you, and they're going to hear it in your voice and understand that you want to be successful and they want you to be successful. And it's going to completely change the conversation for you. So you want to communicate that with your family or whoever you're going to be making your decision with. And then you want to enroll before the timer runs out and watch yourself achieve more than you ever thought possible. And as I mentioned before, you will have questions. Like, you're going to have questions as you're learning new things. And that's why having one-on-one support and lifetime access is going to take you to the next level, because you can learn at your own pace and get your individual questions answered, which is why this is so much more powerful than just like being and like getting an online course and then just, you know, no one's ever texting you or checking up on you, right? Because we need one-on-one support for all of us to grow individually. And not only that, but like I said, you have tutoring every week for as long as you need, which means it's better than a class or any set number of tutoring hours. And you can meet students around the world every single week when we meet together. And you can pre-submit questions if you can't attend, and all sessions are recorded. So no matter what, you're getting the most out of every single session. And the best part is that as a member of the Success System, you get access to weekly and individualized college coaching for life. So that's the entirety of your high school career and more. And that means essay editing, finding recommendations, UC applications, Common App. Every single weekend, we get on Zoom and I help students with their essays, whatever they want. And that means wherever you're at. We have freshmen in the program who are going through the courses that they need to take to be successful. We have seniors in the program who are doing their essays. So wherever you're at, we help. And so also, because I love you guys so much, and you guys have been so great, we're doing something we've never done before, where we're actually offering a 50% off discount for the next 48 hours. And 100% money back guarantee, meaning you raise your score and you create an application that you love, or you get your money back. So it's risk-free. Like, the worst thing that can happen is that you're at where you are at where you are now, right? So with that being said, I'm gonna flip to the final application page. I'm gonna leave this up here. You can scan that QR code, and for the next 48 hours, you have that 50% off discount. It's gonna be applied at checkout for you. So you don't have to worry about it. And then the QR code is going to take you directly to the link. And I'm also going to send it to Tony as well so that you can drop it in the chat that you guys are engaging in. And then I'm going to take your questions now. So you can go ahead and send those in. And I'm also going to send the link for enrollment for you guys so that you can apply. Okay, so let's see what your questions are. I'm going to leave this up as we hop into Q&A.
Awesome. We have a question from Grace. From an ideal timeline, how early in advance should you start studying for the SAT or the ACT?
How early in advance? So I typically say a few things. So I say that your SAT, ACT prep process is going to typically take anywhere from 6 months to a year. And so you just want to decide when you want to go through that. I recommend sophomore and junior year because senior year is a lot in itself already. And so what I mean by that is most of the time students don't get their goal score on the first test. And this is the fallacy with a lot of test prep programs where you can like buy a set number of tutoring hours, or you can enroll in a program and they tell you that you're going to get your success after one test, and that's most of the time just not true. You never want to put that much pressure on yourself for one test. So I typically recommend students start studying, right? Start mastering those skills, start understanding the strategy, take your test, get whatever you get back, and then analyze those mistakes, which is why you want that continuous support. And then you want to test again. And typically the second or third time, then you're going to be able to achieve your goal score if you've done that work between your first test and your second test. So I say give yourself a timeline of 6 months to a year so that you're not rushing continuously and you're not like in a position where senior year you're taking your last test before November. Obviously, I know COVID has completely derailed that for a lot of students, so it's okay. But that's typically what I recommend. And of course, the support that you have is also going to determine the timeline in which you can raise your score. Grace, does that answer your question? I think hopefully we got it.
Awesome. Another question in for you. What about the PSAT? How important is that?
So the PSAT can actually qualify you for the National Merit Scholarship. So it's incredibly important. And I also have a lot of students join actually just to score well on the PSAT to qualify for that scholarship. And I always say, if you start well with the PSAT, like the PSAT is just basically a mini version of the SAT. So if you start learning the concepts that you need for the real SAT early by studying and preparing for the PSAT, you're going to do even better on the SAT. So that timeline that I talked about, you probably can even get a better score on your first test because you've taken the PSAT, right? So I also recommend for like freshmen and sophomores, it's phenomenal when you're in the program because then you get access to college mentorship and high school mentorship for like 3 or 4 years, right? So going throughout that PSAT process and then transitioning to the SAT process makes it so much smoother. Great question, Julie.
Awesome. Another question we got in was, how many times should you aim to retake the SAT or the ACT?
So when you have the right support, I say you should really be taking the test 2 to 3 times. So like a retaking, implying that you already took the test, that would be 1 to 2 times. And so the reason I say that is typically we want to do the most work between your first test and your second test, but we also want to prepare you for your first test so that you obviously don't vomit, right? And then between your first and second test, we want to do all of that work so that you can achieve your goal score. And then sometimes we want to take a third test to balance out with that second test so that you can get a great super score. And what that means is that by taking all of the individual segments on your second test and your third test, we can get a super score that's going to be even better. So like I'll speak in terms of the SAT. We'll say that for math, maybe on the SAT, you got like a 700. And then for reading and writing, you got a 750. And the next time you take it, you got a 750 on math, and you got a 700 on reading and writing. They will super score those 2 tests if you submit them both and take the best score from the individual segments that you've taken. And your super score would be like a 1500, although maybe the only score you scored the highest previously was a 1450, your raw score. So that's why I typically recommend after intensive prep, like going throughout this process, that students take it 1 or 2 more times so that they have both of those scores to submit for evaluations, and so that those can be incorporated into your super score.
Awesome. I think we had a side question related to that of, do all schools do super score? Do all colleges do super score?
Yes. So those competitive schools that you're applying to, they're going to super score. And they actually will tell you this, like if you go to any admissions talk or anything like that, and they do this out of compassion for you because they understand that one day has a lot of pressure. That's also why I recommend students aren't like, okay, I'm going to study for this test and I'm going to take it on this day and it's the only day, right? Because if you're like me, I got the stomach flu before my SAT in August and I was in there sick, right? So they understand that you may have a bad day, and that's why the super scoring system exists to benefit you. So that's something that you also want to consider as you're forming your testing strategy of how many times you want to take it.
Awesome. And I think we have time for 2 more quick questions. Sophie asks, do you offer scholarships?
My program does not offer scholarships. However, we have several payment plan options that will be sent out after you apply so that every student can enroll. So we've set it up that no matter what, students can enroll and that it's going to work out the best for them.
Awesome. And last question, what score should you aim for to get into the top tier colleges?
So I'm going to assume that this question meant top tier as in, honestly, what we've seen, the data for all UCs, all Ivies, Stanford, MIT. I think I saw Carnegie Mellon in the chat. And I always say the benchmark score is going to be anywhere above a 1400. And for the ACT, like really above a 32. And that's a caveat. I really like to see students anywhere from a 1450. Like a 1450 is on the lower side for top tier schools. And the upper realm for top tier schools will always be a 1600 or a 36 because you're always going to have perfect scores applying to the best schools in the country, right? So you want to find yourself not only at the 50th percentile, but even above that so that your scores aren't holding you back, right? And that you are submitting scores that are going to be better than average for that school. So that's why it's so important that we dive deep and master those skills and that you also have the support that you need because the journey to 1500 or 1550 takes some time. It's very rare that students just score it outright one try, right? A lot of times it can take 6 months of practice, and that's why our program has lifetime access so that you're supported throughout that entire journey. So that's really what you should shoot for. I would say anywhere from like a 34 for the ACT, and I'd say 1450 to like 1500 or really above 1450 to 1550 for the SAT for those top tier schools.
Super awesome. Can you hear me? Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
Awesome. Fantastic. Cool. That has been, I think, majority of the questions. I condensed a few at the very end. Yeah, that's what like a few people asked different schools. I grouped that as top tier just to, I'm sure it's all the same answers as well too. So super awesome.
Of course.
Yeah. Anything you want to plug at the end for yourself?
Yeah, so I'm actually going to flip to this last slide here. So if you didn't get to ask me your question, I just want you to, we're going to pause collectively as a group, and I want you to send it to this email here, janaetutoring@gmail.com. My team and I are going to be on standby for the next 48 hours, not only to review your applications, but also to answer any questions that you have. You can scan that QR code once again to apply for the Success System. And if you're watching the recording, whoever I'm speaking to, however long you're watching it from, you can still apply and still scan it, and my team and I will take care of you. And that link, if the scan is not working for you, the link to the webpage is also here. And I'm also going to drop it to Tony for him to drop in the chat for you all as I come off. But also, my website is here, www.janaetutoring.com, and you can find me on Instagram at JanaeTutoring, and I'd love to stay connected with you and help you with anything that you need, because I love you guys so much, and I'm so thankful that I was able to speak to you today. So thank you, and I hope you have a phenomenal rest of your day. I'm going to go eat pancakes because I skipped breakfast for this, but I hope you have a great rest of your day. If there's anything I can help you with, just shoot me an email.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Janae. Thank you for your time. All right. Thank you. All right. That was incredible. Yeah, she's one of the top SAT, ACT experts with results. I think a lot of people do it. There's tons of tutors out there, but she is one of the best and has a huge stack of results as well too. So I really, if you guys are interested, feel free. I would fully endorse her as well too. So what we're gonna do right now, I'm gonna go on a quick 5 minute break. You grab some water, grab some more coffee for myself. But in the meantime, I do have a question for you all. So my sessions are really fun. My sessions are more of an open format, very Q&A bish, Q&A ish, and then so I kind of mold it based on kind of who's here, who's live. That's kind of help you guys with what you're working on as well too. So the one question I want to ask you, and I'm gonna leave it up on the screen. I'm gonna go on a quick coffee break, go fast, but just write in the chat what college admission and career questions do you have on your mind right now? What keeps you up at night? Also, I'm gonna in the chat right now. I'm gonna post. The amazing Janae gave me the link. I posted it in the chats. I'll put it in the other chats in a bit as well too. So feel free to click that if you're interested in working with her as well. But in the meanwhile, here is the question. Feel free to answer that in the chat as well too. And once we come back, we're gonna start my session titled "College Admissions and Career." I'll see you all in a bit. What's up, Coach Tony here again. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully that was a nice 5-minute break. You guys got to stand up, stretch around. Let me cancel this so fast. Fantastic. Guys, stretch around a bit. It's my session now. Super, super exciting to be here with you guys as well. Too. Usually I'm the one speaking for like hours and hours and hours. I love these events. These events are great. I get a nice little break. And I have amazing speakers, right? Janae was incredible. And for those who don't know, me and Janae are actually working on a secret project together that we'll be launching very soon, and we'll keep you guys in the loop. But I'm super, super excited to be working with her over the next few months on a secret project, which we'll announce in a few weeks. Awesome. Cool. So, all right. So to my session, it's a really fun one. Open-ended college admissions and career. You guys cannot see my screen, for my bad. Let me go ahead and do this. I've learned that I really enjoy the interactiveness of the most. So we're going to go ahead and make it as interactive as possible for you all. So the more you participate, the more you will get out of this as well too, right? So this little talk today will be a very general overview. The next 2 days we'll dive deeper. I will give you guys my strategies, tips and tricks, little hacks to get this really, really incredible. For today though, we're gonna go through a overview structure of what kind of look for, overview of what you to expect as well too. If that's okay, say yes in the comments. So I know you guys are alive, you guys are awake, you guys are still here with us as well too. Right, so today's very general overview. First, I'll be writing. Feel free to copy and write as well too as I do this here. Right, so first thing is generally college admissions and career. So over the past decade, I've helped so many students get into their dream schools, their top tier schools, all that fun stuff. And eventually, what I noticed my first few years doing this is that any school that my students want to get into, I kind of cracked the code, right? I was like, oh, you want to get here? Let's go into this school, right? Let's tweak your application. Here's a few hacks, see a few secrets, few tricks. Boom, you're in school. Then every single student after that, I started getting them to the whatever school. Like, give me your top list of schools. Let's get you into all of them, right? And we have, and which is awesome at first. Like, dude, any student I want gets them in. Then what I learned is that after talking to them like a few years after, hey, where are you at now, right? Half the students that I talked, that first batch of students that I helped with, they dropped out, right? They dropped out of the school, and I was like, what happened, kind of thing, right? That first half. The second half, they completely went way off of what we kind of originally talked about in the first place. So we're like, whatever I'm doing, I'm getting the results that they asked for, but I don't think it's the results that they need as well, too, right? So I started talking to a lot more students, talking to more families, and figure out what is the true thing that you guys care about the most, right? And all of you guys are here because you guys want the unfair advantage in the high school, to succeed in high school, to go on to college and do great things. And then I asked students, what is that great thing in the end, right? What's that thing you're working towards? Because your goal isn't just to go to college, right? If your goal is to go to college, right? I have a little diagram that I used to show of a life map, right? A life map. You guys are in that first section, the first 18 years of your life, you're like this far, right? College is only 4 years, which is even smaller, right? After that, by that time, you are 22, 23 years old, and you're probably gonna die, which is the average lifespan, around 80, right? So you're gonna spend like another at least 40 to 60 more years doing something. So a lot of students are so like struck and so like focused on this college thing, right? That they're like, hey, if you're focused only on the college thing, right? What about the next 40 years after that? Right. And then, so then that's the big thing that I started evaluating, thinking, and figuring out as well, too, is that, yeah, we can go to these top tier schools, but if it doesn't allow us to do what we want afterwards, right, what's the point of that? Right. You stressed out in high school for what reason? Right. You went through this whole crazy admissions process for what reason? Right. As well, too. So a lot of the things that people teach usually is like, let's do well in high school, you get into college. Once you get into college, reality and truth is that it feels like you're brand new again. It feels like you're in high school all over with not sure what to do afterwards, right? If you talk to a bunch of seniors in college, so fourth years in college, half of them know exactly what they want to do, right? Half of them are like, I'm going to do this. The other half is like, I have no clue, right? I have no clue. I went through all this school. I'm not sure what the next step for me looks like, right? And that's where like people have been treating it from high school just to college, college to the unknown as well too, right? Where the unknown after that should be like your career, what you want to focus on the rest of your life doing, right? A few folks here, I talked to you guys before in your enrollment survey when you guys enrolled. I want to be a doctor. I want to be a lawyer. I want to be an engineer. I want to work here. I want to be an accountant. I want to work in business. Tons of these awesome careers as well too, right? But a lot of people are just focused on just the college factor, so they can get into whatever school, right? With our tips, we can help you can get to most basically any school you want to get into. But one, are you happy at that school? Is that school going to help you get to where you want to get to afterwards as well? Right. So a lot of the thing I see is people go from high school to college to career. This is a very big font. Let me just make it a little smaller. I think you guys can still see. I think it's still seeable, right? Whereas a lot of the stuff I've been focusing on with my students is the complete opposite, right? We start from career. We start here first, right? We focus from where do you want to be in the future. Then we work backwards, right? Because once you identify what you want to do, and for some of my students, we work even past that as well too, right? Because of your career, what do you want to do as a result of that, right? Because do you just want to work all day until you die? Kind of think like, do you want to do whatever that career is before you die? There's probably a goal for that. There's a reason why you chose that field to fulfill something for yourself, right? Helping people, doing something, financial stability, whatever that thing is for you, right? But there's gonna be a reason why you're doing certain things to get to his end result as well, too, right? So basically, the end goal, right? And real quick right now, we have time, we have people here. Let's go ahead and shout that real quick. What's the end goal? Let me share a few of you so you guys can think about what you want to do. An end goal doesn't mean like when you're 80, but like when you're like 50, 60, right? What do you want to do, have accomplished, this and that, right? And for most people, I feel it comes down to like two things, right? It comes like two things as well too. One, it comes down to fame, right? Come down to fame. Hey, I want to do this because I want to be famous, right? I want to be well known. I want to be liked, this and that. The other one, right, is the fortune factor. I want the fame or the fortune, right? I want to have lots of money. And that ultimately also means freedom, right? Hey, I want to have the freedom to do whatever I want. I want the freedom to buy my dream house, the freedom to buy my dream car, take care of my family in the future. So right now in the chat, let me know. And if you are a parent, what's your goal for your child right now? We have parents and students in all the chats right now as well too. I'm seeing a bunch of comments. Thank you. Awesome parents. You guys, hopefully you guys aren't ditching work for this. And if you are, don't tell your boss. I won't tell your boss for you as well too. So I got brain fart real fast. Brain fart. End goal. What's the end goal for you or your child when they're like, you guys are like in the teens right now? So in like 50 years from now, what's the end goal? Right? What's the end goal? And as you guys are writing that, I can go ahead and share mine for you guys, right? My end goal when I'm like 50, 60, right? When I'm going to start my my youth, right? My goal is that I'm chasing fame. that's my ultimate thing, right? I'm chasing fame. I want to be the go-to college admissions career person in every single high school. Every single high school will know my name, Coach Tony Lee, kind of thing as well too, right? So a lot of things that I'm doing is geared towards that goal of the fame, right? Because now that I know that, right? Now that I know that I have a lot of crickets. Either you guys are very quiet right now or you guys taking a nap. I'm not super sure. Feel free to engage, say hello in the comments, or else I'm gonna start putting on random videos now, right? So then what's the end goal for me is I'm chasing the fame factor, right? I'm chasing the fame factor because then working backwards, okay, what career allows me to chase that fame factor, right? I'm like, cool, this career that I'm doing right now, I really enjoy it. It allows me to pursue that fame factor again. Cool. From this career, working backwards, what college do I need to go to chase that career, to chase that goal factor as well? To then knowing what colleges we have, right? We can figure out what we need to do in high school. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Eric says yes. Matt says yes. Chris says yes. Fantastic, right? So the goal is to work backwards, right? Work strategically backwards in everything, because your goal shouldn't be only to get into a good college, right? That might be part of your goal, right? But what I've noticed, a lot of students drop out in college, right? So you can look it up. It's a very big thing there. The second thing that I see a lot, right, is they always switch what they want to do, right? Which is what comes one of my first things I want to demystify a myth right now is stop going to a school because of a career. That's like right there, it's right in big capital letters, like underline as well too. Stop picking major as one of the factors for your school. So many students switch, I think it's 80%. 80% of students switch majors at least one time, right? So if you go to a school only for the reason of, hey, it has this major, you're probably going to switch. Then what's the point of getting to that school for that reason? So once you switch, are you still going to like the school? And then there's tons of different things as well too. Does that make sense? So with that, don't use that as a skill. Real quick as well too, I'll talk about this more tomorrow when we do the breakdown of schools and colleges, but major is only something that is a set of classes you take. It has very little influence on your career, right? So write major, write equal sign, do a slash, career. Major does not equal your career, right? The only field that I've seen that does correlate really, really strong is engineering, right? To be an engineer, you probably need to have an engineering degree. Besides that, though, you can be any other major and still get into any other career that you want as well, too, right? So with that, think about like for a doctor, right? Does anyone know what they need to become a doctor? The pre-med requirements. That's all you need to become a doctor, just the pre-med requirements. So the pre-med requirements are just a list of classes that you take, right? Which means you can be a bio major and do the pre-med requirements. And the benefit is overlaps. So you're double dipping. But let's say one of my good friends, she was an art major, right? She was an art major and did pre-med requirements. So she took like almost as like two different majors, right? The pre-med requirements and her art requirements, but she did it. Then she applied to med school and she got in. So it's like one of those, like, as long as you do the pre-med requirements, you get in. But a lot of it is knowing what the end result is. You can work strategically backwards from there. Okay. So the big picture thing is focus on the end goal to figure out the career, because that's what you spend the majority of your life doing. Then going back to the college, then looking at the requirements, then going back and figuring out what you need to do for high school. Okay, so that's that. So now that we established that, that's the first big mindset shift that I have a lot of my students figure out, like focus on this, not the other way around. Because then the reason why I had this shift first is that people are like, oh, what do I need to get into this school or this school? I'm like, the school doesn't matter unless you want to be president. That's probably the only one that it kind of matters where you want to go, because a lot of presidents come from the Ivy Leagues and stuff like that. But if you don't have goals of being a president, any school can get you anywhere nowadays. So I wouldn't worry so much about getting to a specific school. All right. So now the question now is, let's say you identify your career. How do you figure out what college do you want to go to? Right. So in terms of college goals, can someone let me know in the comment what factors, right? How to pick a college? Right? I think that's one of the questions as well too. Grace asked this question, right? how do you pick a college? How do you know which college, right, is good for you? Because some people go ahead and name a few factors of narrowing down colleges here. With the last question, Julie would like her son to be self-sufficient, financially sound, and take care of parents. I think that's the last one. You definitely should take care of your parents as well too. As I think that was my parents' only request when they knew that I couldn't be a doctor, a lawyer, or engineer. I'd pick a different route as long as I can take care of stuff. They'd be happy. And now I pay all their bills, so I think they're happy as well too. All right. So in terms of picking a college, right? Like I said, the first, the no, don't pick major. That's a wrong move to go first, right? For me, my first one, I tell all my students is location, right? And the question you want to ask are, how far do you want to go to be from home? That's probably the biggest question that can narrow down most colleges out there for you, right? For some people, it doesn't matter. I could stay close, stay far, whatever. But you do have a feeling, though, right? You do have a feeling of, I want to stay close or I want to go far. For it's very rare when it's I don't care, right? Because you do care, right? Do you want to stay close to home or far from home? And there's pros and cons to each one, right? Pros and cons to staying near home. Home cooked meals, free laundry. This is the stuff I'm missing out on. When I went far away from home, you get homesick. You might not feel that way. I never felt homesick ever until I left to college. But then the minute I actually went there for a good 2 months, I was fine. And the 2 month mark hit, and I basically was missing my mom and dad forever, and then called and stuff like that. I'll talk about that story tomorrow. But with that, location is a huge factor, right? Do you want to stay close to home or far away from home? Close to home means you're probably going to commute as well too, right? You know, commute, that driving life versus staying on campus and doing those types of things. That's that first one. Another thing about location is weather. That's a big one for a lot of people. Like, for example, let's say for you, you hate the snow. Me, I don't like the snow, right? I think the snow is cute once on a trip, like a snowboarding trip. I think that's cool. But every single day for a while, probably not for me, right? That's why when I went to visit the East Coast for like an Ivy League tour once, right? I never liked any of those schools, right? Just because of the fact that it's gonna be cold, everyone's wearing a puffy jacket. I don't want to wear a puffy jacket, kind of thing as well too. A lot of these factors, right? And we haven't even gotten to the prestige. I think someone's talking about the prestige stuff as well too, right? Because no matter where I went, I'd still do well, right? Of where I'm at, because I'm not aiming for a college. I'm aiming for the career afterwards, right? And a little teaser and little life hack for you guys as well too. The school that you go to won't matter. The major you pick will probably not matter as well. The grades you get in college will probably not matter as well too. There's a few factors that I'll chat about on Wednesday that is the most important factors in college to make sure you have to land that dream career for you, right? But a lot of factors you guys normally think are the main factors are not really the factors at all, right? So weather as well too, right? Once you figure out location-based things, right? Student factors. The next factor I tell students to look at is what things do you care about as you, right? And for a lot of this stuff, when I talk to students about, or talk to usually families about this stuff, like picking a college, I hear parents say, hey, my child wants to go to A, B, C, D, E, F, and all these schools as well, too. Then I usually have a one-on-one chat with the student. I'm like, hey, where do you really want to go to? And they gave me a completely different list. Right. And here's the big thing. So parents, if you're listening, keep this in mind respectfully. This is the answer respectfully as well, too. My parents want me to stay near home. I understand why, all that stuff as well, too. But knowing me, if I stayed near home, right, I'd not like it. I'd hate it. I wouldn't do as well as I did me going off to college as well, too. But going off to college made me realize things about myself as well too, right? So a lot of facts I ask a student, like, hey, what do you want? Because at the end of the day, your parents can want whatever school for you, but if you don't like that school, right? Imagine doing something you hate, but you have to do it for the next 4 years of your life, right? You're gonna be miserable. You're gonna be miserable. You're not gonna like anything. Your parents can ask you why your grades are so bad and this and that. Why aren't you doing all this stuff? Because you hate it there. What's the point of you hating something, but you have to do it because you're doing it because someone else, kind of thing, right? So you listen to your parents. You were awesome people listening to your parents for 18 years. This is your first real taste of like, try it out, right? Because what's the worst that can happen? I always ask parents because I get some backlash from parents like blah blah blah. I'm like, I ask parents, what's the worst that can happen? One, they can fail, right? Let's say they fail out of school. Are you gonna let them back in? Yeah. Then what's the worst that can happen? Let them go off, let them fail, right? But what's the best thing that can happen? The best thing, you let them go. They make their choice. They fall in love with it. They know how to take care of themselves. They find a job that they love. They do all these things. They're financially stable, right? That's like best case scenario, right? But at the end, it's the student's choice, which means it's a student's consequence what that result is gonna be, right? If not, you're gonna have the student pointing at the parent. It's your fault that this and that happened, right? I'd rather not have that for you guys. Let the child do, and what's worse, if they fail, I'm sure you guys will like, it's okay, come back in, right? Let's try my plan now. And I always tell my parents that also, like, hey, if I need their advice on anything in life, I'm like, hey, what do you think about this stuff? And they'll tell me this thing that I completely don't agree with. But then I'm like, I'm gonna go this direction. But they always tell me, and I always stuck by this, and I've recommended this to everyone. They're like, hey, let me try my way. If it fails, I'm gonna say I'm wrong, and I'm gonna go follow your direction. Because your parents are parents for a reason. You guys know a lot more than we do. We're immature. We don't know much, right? However, there's rare times when I actually make the right call. Doesn't me not going down like the med school route. This is route. I took my own route completely, and I'm doing quite well for myself, I think, as well too. So I basically let the students pick now. So a lot of the next factors I asked them, outside location, which is a big one, right? That might have a lot of parent input as well too. Sometimes not, right? Next one, student factors. What do you care about, right? Do you care about having really good food? UCLA has a really, really awesome food court, right? Their food is really amazing compared to all the other UCs. If food matters that much to you, that's an awesome reason why you include UCLA on your list as well too, right? There's some schools out in the rural areas, right? Merced is on like a farm-ish, and it's 10 minutes away from the next like city, right? Is that Davis is really, really wide, right? Stanford is really pretty. The church is amazing, right? So every school has its own thing. If you're out in a party scene, look for the schools that have a good party scene, right? Don't go overboard, don't go crazy, but it's part of the experience as well too, right? Learning everything there. So at the end of the day, there's a lot of student factors here, right? On my list of stuff to recommend, I don't even say look at majors, because at the end, right, whatever you want to study at that school, the school will have an equivalent major-ish. That's part of the thing, unless you go to a specialized school. Like for example, if you want to go to MIT, you understand that they offer specific programs only to like the STEM fields. They won't offer like a lot of the humanities based career majors there. They'll focus a lot on the just the STEM based careers. Does that make sense? Right? If prestige is one of the factors for you, you can add that in here, right? I want to go to a school that is prestigious as well. But then that's the big thing. And in terms of doing a search, I would just do searches off of this and actually land you a bunch of results right away, right? Grace, if you want to go ahead and chat, we can chat for a little bit, make it a little more interactive because you asked this question. What grade are you right now? And then, yeah, what grade are you? And then we can go off that, and like kind of, do you want to stay close to home, far away from home? And we can chat about that too, right? So that's usually like first step of like figuring out, hey, I want to stay close. Let's limit how close do you want to be. You want like a quick 10-15 minute drive or a very far drive, right? Some people aren't lucky. I'm pretty lucky in Orange County. Everything I want to go is like within a quick hour distance max of me. You stays an hour. Every major thing is an hour away, so it's super awesome there. Cool. So basically, if you're early in the process, means if you're not a senior, anyone before a senior right now, you should have a big list, right? You don't need to limit it right now. Keep the list as big as you can, and kind of explain why you like the certain school as well too. And the thing to keep about is every school on your list you want to go. Every school, like if that school has told you, hey, we're gonna go to school like starting tomorrow, you will say yes. If a school is like, I'm just leaving it there just in case, don't put it on the list. You're going to hate it, right? You're going to hate your experience once you get to that school anyways, for whatever reason. I want every acceptance letter you get, you're excited for, right? Don't be like, oh, whatever, this school's whatever, right? And you shouldn't even put it on a list then. Put only schools on your list that you're excited to go to there, okay? So now, let's say you have your college list, right? What's the next step afterwards, right? After college list. But after you have your college list, the next thing you want to do is work backwards from there of figuring out, okay, what do I need, right? So look up the requirements. Look at the requirements of every single school. What do you need? And you'll see, don't look at the average stats. That's my tip for everyone as well too. I think a lot of people when they come to me like, oh, I want to get into this school, but they say you need like a 4.0, 4 point something. I'm like, there's no school that requires that high of a GPA, right? UCLA and Berkeley, one of the top public schools in the world, they require a 3.0 GPA, right? 3.0 kind of thing. So you don't even need that high for a lot of other schools. You'll see that you don't. The number you're looking at is the average stats, right? And the thing, a little comment on the average stats, which I have in my 10 years of working with students, I have not yet looked at one average stats, right? So when all students tell me, hey, I want to help get into school A, school B, school C, I'm like, cool, let's make it happen, right? And I just look at the minimum requirements for each one, and I look at the average portfolio, and I have a little secret hack. I call my friends who actually works there. I'm like, hey, what are you guys looking for? And they're like, I'm looking for this. Cool, do that, right? Because basically what you want to do, give them what they are looking for, right? The one mistake that high school students do, especially the overachievers, right? You guys, I'm sure half of you guys are here, right? The overachievers, you guys are like, oh, I want to show them this and show them that and show them this, show them that. I'm like, they're not even asking for that, right? College admissions is literally, I'm looking for this. Do you have this? And you're like, I do. I have it really good, right? I'm looking for B. Oh, I have B. I do it really well. Right? You have C. I have C. I do it really well. That's all they're looking for. They don't need, if they're looking for A, B, C, don't give them D, E, F. That's a big mistake. All that stuff is like extra that like people could weed out, right? It has to fit under the categories that they're looking for. You got to do well in them. So that's one of the secret hacks I do. Like figure out what exactly they need and just do well in what they're looking for. Right, so that's that. Right. So after that, look at the college list and reverse engineer everything backwards. Right. I'm a huge supporter of working smart, not working hard. My whole life, I worked really hard to get where I'm at. Now that I have the resources and tools, I'm sharing them all with everyone. So now you guys get to work smart and not work hard as well too. Right. So think about academics. Let's talk about academics for a quick little bit. Right. People think you need like a 4.0 GPA. Right. Majority of students who got when I was a reader at Berkeley, majority of students, their unweighted GPA was not a 4.0, right? There was like, I'm sure a handful of students who had like a perfect GPA, which I've seen, right? But majority of them did not. Majority of them had B's, majority of them even had random C's in there as well too. It's perfectly fine, right? There's no such thing as a perfect like academic thing, right? That's one. The next thing is that in terms of activities, right? People think, oh, I have to do like 20 things. I could do like 20 different things as well too, and that'll be good. Right? You don't need 20 things either, right? You don't need a bunch of things there, right? Especially when people tell me like, hey, I need to do these certain activities, certain clubs to make myself look well, look good, this and that, right? Probably not. You probably don't need all this stuff to make yourself look good. A lot of times, hey, I need to go to this fancy Stanford summer program or this Harvard summer program or this immersion program. You don't need to, right? Would it help? It may help, right? Depending on what you want to do, but you don't need to do that. A lot of my students that I work with that has done any of these fancy stuff, they still get in as well too, right? So get the schools what they're looking for. How do you find that? Right? Every school has a page that says something like prospective applicants read here or look at here, and they tell you exactly what they're looking for. Right? A lot of my homework that I do with my students is we go through that page and make sure that every single question they ask your child or you, if I'm speaking to a student, have all that they're looking for. That's the key. That's the main key of all this, right? Give them exactly what they're looking for in there, right? In terms of academics, show them what they need for academics. If they're looking for high grades, show them high grades. High grades means A's and B's, by the way, right? Over 3.0, 3.5, right? If they're looking for sustained activities, that means doing multiple years of certain activities, right? That's what they're looking for in that section as well too, right? Real quick, Grace is a rising sophomore. I'm thinking about urban along the East Coast. Fantastic, right? So now Grace has several years to do it. So at this point, Grace, I will come up with a gigantic list, right? No need to basically have anything specific right now. Do a search for like East Coast colleges, right? In and look for urban areas, like look at urban cities, right? New York, this and that type colleges in New York, and just write all of them, right? And there's a few things you can cross things off. Like if you're not interested in art schools, all those art schools you can cross off the list, right? But the thing is, with everything that you do, you want to have a big pool and narrow it down, right? Versus bottlenecking yourself and focusing only on one school, right? I'd have you focus on a lot of different things, right? Then break it down that way. Okay. And as you go through, you'll find things. You're like, hey, I'm actually very interested in the sciences, right? Let me try to look for schools with the sciences, right? Not specific major of bio or chem, but like general fields, right? And that's when you start narrowing things down as well too, right? A lot of my seniors now, they're finally starting to like officially come up with their final list now, which is fine, right? You are trying to plan for the next 4 years of your life, so don't worry too much about that right now. Does that help, Grace? If not, feel free to drop by follow-up questions. Sophie asked, how can I improve my profile? I don't feel ready. Sophie, if you don't mind, feel free to drop it down in the comments, the chat. Grade you are. Give me a quick 30-second bio of you, and I can kind of give you some tips on all that as well too, right? But here's some ninja tips for you guys to write down on your notes. Hopefully you guys taking notes as well too, right? First one, in terms of your academics, right? Grades are not the biggest thing, right? People stress a lot on getting that A. A B is not going to hurt you, right? An A or B is not going to hurt you as well. What's more important than the grades and stuff is the rigor, right? Rigor out of every single school that I've helped my students get into, that has been their biggest thing, right? Meaning how many honors level courses have you taken in the things. I write notes as well too. Academics, right? Rigor over grades, right? Of course, you want A's in like honors level courses as well too, but as many honors level courses as you can is what I would recommend you take as well too. So if there's an honors version of that class you're taking, go take the honors version of that class, right? If there's a college level version of a class, take that level. If there's a AP level, take the AP levels. An IB level, take an IB level. Whatever you can take, that's more than just a regular class. You want to do that, right? That's a big one, right? Another thing to keep about in terms of academics is context of your class. What I mean by this is think about depending. So a lot of schools out there, there's no way they could compare you to another student like somewhere else in the world, right? The reason for that is both your high schools are set up differently, right? Let's say, for example, Sophie, I'm going to use you as an example right now, right? Say Sophie and me are being compared. Let's say I was in high school too, right? We applied, and then let's say Sophie has 4.0 or she has let's say a 3.5 GPA. I also have a 3.5 GPA. Let's say Sophie took 3 AP classes and I took 7, right? From that alone, who's better, right? Who's better based off that information alone, right? Sophie has 3.5, 3 APs. I have a 3.5, 7 APs, right? I'm gonna wait, give you guys a sec. You have to check answer in your head or say it out loud as well too, right? But the answer is you have no clue still, right? The thing about admissions, people think it's literally apples to oranges, right? The issue with that is what if, here's a what if now, right? What if Sophie's school, right? The average student only takes 2 and their school only offers 3. So she basically maxed out that 3 out of 3 APs versus from my school, let's say I took 7, but the average student takes 12. And the lowest number, I'm the one with the lowest number. The average is like 10. The highest is 12, for example. That means I am not doing as hard, a rigorous of a schedule as everyone else relative to my class. So you have to think about it that way. So that's how readers keep things in perspective as well too, because I can't penalize a student that the school doesn't offer more APs, because there's schools I've read with a ridiculous amount of APs or or these type of credits, right? And some schools have zero. My high school, by the way, had zero APs, zero honors classes. So all my classes were all regular based classes, right? Which is interesting to fun little fact there, right? But if I got compared to another school, like I was in Santa Ana, anyone in Santa Ana, whoop, whoop, Santa Ana, right? My school had zero. So the max GPA I can get weighted, unweighted, is a 4.0. There's no way I could have gone a 4.1, 4.2 or anything, right? The school next door, right? The school next door, right? Tons of honors, tons of APs. I think all the other averages in the county of the top tier kids like 4.3, 4.4, right? Really high GPAs. So you compare me against all of them, there's no way I could compete with them as well too. But relative to my school, I did all right. Right, I did all right to my school, so that's a big thing as well too. So in terms of like improving your profile, Sophie, a lot of it is relative, right? A lot of it is relative to what schools are you aiming for. If you're aiming for top tier schools, I'm looking at what's your top tier student in your class doing, and you want to stay near their level. If you're aiming at mid tier, look at the mid tier kid in your high school class. You're going to be around their level, kind of thing as well too, or higher. Their level or higher is always best, right? Is the big things in each of these areas. So that's the main thing is academics, right? The main thing in activities, right? You'll see this in a lot of different language, right? Passions, interests, right? A lot of schools are looking for your passions or your interests in things, right? So when you do random clubs or random things for no reason, right, to just make yourself look good or keep yourself busy, right? Schools don't really care too much about that, especially when it comes for you to talk, like writing the blurb about it or writing the little short response or writing the essay about that thing. You can tell that the students doesn't genuinely like want it or like it that much, right? It's hard to explain without examples and stuff, but when I read applications, I saw right away, oh, this student's whatever. Like he didn't care about Key Club or ASB or whatever. They just did it, right? So passions and interests is something that they're looking for. So you want to pursue that in your activities somehow, right? Another thing as well is commitment. Meaning, how long are you in a certain activity? Are you bouncing around, doing something for a few months, bouncing around something for a few months, going around each one? Or are you doing one activity and keeping it because you enjoy it? Goes back to that passion as well, too. If you enjoy something, how often would you do it? Kind of thing, right? I was talking to one of my students. He loved basketball, right? He loved basketball. So I was like, cool. You'd probably just keep, if I say, hey, you have to play basketball right now, he'd love it. He's like, cool. He goes outside and plays. Me, completely different. I would not go out and play. I'm like, oh, I have to play basketball. Right? I like, oh, versus for people, it's like, oh yeah, I love it. Just do things you enjoy, right? And because you do things you enjoy, you're likely to do things longer as well too. Last thing they're looking for mainly is leadership. Leadership is huge, right? Leadership is really big. As you go and stay in an activity, are you moving up? Are you becoming the secretary, the treasurer, the vice president, the president of stuff? Another way to show leadership is finding stuff, creating things, right? Becoming the founder of a new club at your school, reviving a club that was defunct from your school as well too is another super awesome thing to do there, right? So that they're looking for these in your applications, right? And the big thing, keep in mind, there is no silver bullet, magic bullet. There's no magic path. Both is a scary word. Right? There's no magic path, meaning, right? There's no such thing as if you have this GPA, if you have these activities, you're good to go, right? With all my students, I always ask them like, hey, what do you like to do? Where do you want to go? Let's figure out what's best to help you get there versus talking about like, hey, you have to do this activity, because if people don't like it, right, you can't get the rest of this, right? Same thing with academics. Rigor is more important, so you have to do well in those harder classes too, right? You can't just take classes and fail. That doesn't help you at all, right? So it's a lot of the combinations of this is what I'm going to recommend for all high school students. So Sophie, I didn't say anything yet for you. Hopefully you're still here. If not, you'll watch the replay. How do you improve your profile, right? In these areas, academically, if you want to improve your first evaluate, are you on track to hit your college goals, right? Look at the requirements. Are you meeting those requirements for your college? If so, you're good to go. If you're not, step up in the areas that you need to step up in, right? Academics, rigor is important. So try to get more. I always try to do this event in the summertime before school starts. So you guys have a chance now. If you need to make a last minute changes to your schedule, you can do so, right? Go ask your counselor nicely, no demanding, nicely ask, hey, is there a way I can change my schedule from this to this? Is there a way I can move from regular physics to honors physics or AP physics, right? As well too, right? So that's that. Academically, increase the rigors, how important there. If you're having low grades, right? So that's another big one also. If you're having low grades, an easy way to fix it, or quote unquote easy way to fix it, is you just haven't found your way of studying skills. Everyone I've met is smart, right? No one here, there's no way you have found my event and shown up here if you weren't somewhat resourceful or smart, right? So if you're not doing well academically, the big thing is you're not finding your way of studying. For me, I was lucky in high school. Things kind of came pretty like easy for me, right? When it came to college, different story, right? When it came to college, a lot of what I used to do didn't work anymore, right? A lot of what I used to just like study real quick 10 minutes before a test and get an A, right? And or A and B, right? But now in college, I couldn't get the same results anymore, right? Everything I did, I tried studying. First I tried cramming. That's what I thought was my study style, was cramming. That didn't work. And eventually I finally found out what my study style my second year in college. After that, my grades shot up, kind of thing, right? And for me, it was studying with a team, with a group, study groups, right? Study groups was what was my thing, right? I love study groups, love bouncing ideas off each other, talk to people. Basically, I learned while listening to people is what I've learned. So I couldn't study myself. I need someone to kind of re-lecture to me, or review with me, as how I did it as well too, right? So find out your learning style if you need help with the academics. In terms of activities, right? How do you improve there? Find things you actually enjoy, right? Look at all the clubs that you're in. If you don't like a certain club, drop it. Find something you enjoy more, right? Join something you enjoy more and do that, right? When you find that thing that you enjoy, or the activities that you enjoy, and you do that more, you will naturally spend more time, right? A big thing, commitment, right? Colleges are going to, every college app, last week I broke down the UC app and the Common App for this upcoming year. And what I found is same thing. Every single app out there asks you how many hours per week are you spending on a certain activity, and how many weeks per year are you spending on a certain activity. And that's to help determine the commitment level of each of these activities, right? Are you spending a lot of time on certain things, or are you spending an hour or two on random things, right? It goes back to the quality over quantity thing. You don't need 1,000 things. You need like 3 or 4 things that you spend a majority of your time on, because you're interested and passionate in those areas as well too. Okay. So if you responded, straight A students, fantastic, but you develop different skills, right? Same thing to part of your activities then. If your academics are fine, activities, find things you enjoy, find clubs you enjoy at your school. It might be a weird last year, right? But try to find things you enjoy at your school. If not, it could be outside your school too. People feel bottleneck. It has to be something inside their school. It could be outside. Anything you spend outside of school and sleep counts as an activity, or could be perceived as an activity, and I recommend my students do that as well too. Right? Charmy asks, what if your school won't give you because of space? So I'm assuming you're talking about classes, right? Classes as well too, right? So with class schedules, it's all about again, if there's room in the classes, that as well too. But there's always a plan B, plan C, plan D, right? It's about being persistent. About, don't be annoying. Annoying and persistent are two different things, right? So I feel, let's say you want to work at a job, right? And someone tells you, hey, here's my job application. I'm like, oh, thanks. So I look at it and I put it down, right? If that person comes like, hey, did you read it yet? Hey, did you read it yet? Did you see it yet? Am I good? Am I good? That's being annoying, right? Kind of thing. Versus, right? They could checking, hey, do you have a chance to read my resume yet? Not yet. Cool. Do you mind if I check in a week to see if you're still hiring? Yeah, go ahead. And then they in a week, hey, you guys are still looking for someone. I would love to help. Here's a little something extra I did in that last week, kind of thing. So they're being persistent on things as well too. So if there's no room in the class, is there another way in the class, or another way to achieve the same results? There's no one way to achieve anything, right? That's what I've learned in life. I'm sure you guys have learned as well too. There's no one path. There's always like what you think is the one path, but there's basically the one path leads to a result, right? You want to get to the result. The path doesn't really matter how you get there, right? Like for example, this event, right? Our event, isn't specifically determined on a certain time. I realize that you guys are still here and we pushed the event back a few days. A few speakers had to re-cancel this and that. You guys could have said, I'm done, I'm leaving, right? But you guys are here for the result. The result is a transformation with all the knowledge from this event as well too. That's the big thing that we're chasing, not the logistics of the event and who's speaking when, this and that, right? Because you guys can find that, you guys can Google a lot of this stuff as well too. But which I put it all in one spot for you so you guys can get the results faster for yourself as well. Okay, does that help? Yeah, so that's why I recommend find another way to get to the class that you want, right? If not, depending on what grade you are, right? If you are a senior, you got to find alternate ways to do it. If you're a junior, like an underclassman, like a freshman, sophomore, junior, there's time, right? You can find a way to maneuver so next year you can do that as well too. Grace, should we keep track of our activity hours? 100%. So the one thing I'm having all my seniors do right now is write down every single thing that they have done from freshman year to now, because that's what you write on your application, right? The thing that a lot of them are struggling with is like, oh shoot, did I actually do that? Did I do that before? This and that. So it's a lot of different like, did I, this and that. When you start early, means as a freshman, if you start keeping track of all this stuff, right, it's very easy to copy and paste. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, and you're good to go, right? Because then you spend a lot of your time on the most important section, which is the actual like blurb, responses, essays as well too, right? I'll mention the order. In terms of the order that college is looking for, like in general, right, the most important section is going to be the essay or the responses, right? Most important section, meaning if you can get one section correct, that's the one section you want to get correct. That can save everything in your application. The second most important section is what? The activities, right? And the least important section, not saying it's not important, but the least important is the academics. And this is where I see a big mistake with a lot of students. They flip it backwards. They focus so much on school. I have to get a 5 on that AP test. I have to get an A on that final. I have to all this stuff, right? And as a result, they're losing time on their activity, losing time on working on their essays, right? I'm like, no. Get as good as you can, but if you have time, right? Because you guys have learned, like those of you guys who taken economics before, opportunity cost, right? So an hour of your time doing different things is worth different times as well too, right? So like think about an extra hour studying for a test versus an extra hour in your club versus an extra hour working on your essays. Which one will have the most impact, the most opportunity cost, right? And you want to focus on that, right? So basically you're very efficient with your time. So yeah, maybe studying an hour less on your math test probably drops your grade like 2 points, but that allowed you to pursue this activity thing that you are able to shine out a little more, because knowing that academics is not the most important section that college is looking for, right? Not saying it's bad, you still do well, right? But the least important, I'd focus a lot of my energy on the activities and the essays instead as well too. Long story short, should we keep track of activities? Yes, you should keep track of your activities there. Super awesome. Cool. Did I help everyone? It's a quick general overview, nothing super specific as well. I'm gonna take a little talk break. Feel free to drop questions down. I'll answer a few more until our next speaker, Justin, comes in. He'll be chatting about leadership, specifically about motivation. I think if Julie is still here, I made sure to ask him to talk about that today. Today's talk, so he shifted his talks around. So he'll be chatting about that topic today for you guys. I'm sure I can apply to a lot of students here, high school and motivation. But we got like 3 minutes till he gets here. So feel free to drop any questions that you guys have in the comments in the chat, and we'll do a little bit of Q&A. If not, if everybody's good, has no questions, we'll go to a quick little water break as well too. Forget it's a quick 10-15 second delay as well. Oh, just kidding. There's another chat. Someone asked about community service hours, right? Like, do we need community service hours or not? So with the community service hours, it's all depending on your school's one. There's some schools require it, some schools don't require it, vice versa. Their whole goal is to help make you look better is it, right? But if you do pursue community service and volunteer hours, doing things you enjoy, going back to the same thing, it's the same like main core concept, right? Do things you enjoy. Let's say you hate cleaning up beaches for whatever reason. Don't do that. You're gonna hate it. You're gonna have a miserable time doing it. Let's say you enjoy helping at the animal shelter. Do that instead, right? And then if it aligns with your passions and interest in like animal science, that's like a win-win for you. You get to volunteer and love it as well too. Cool. Awesome. Let's see what else. Someone asked about test optional and test blind as well too. So with test, so schools, so right now you can look up colleges, they'll tell you if the school is test blind or test optional. I think Janae talked about test optional a little bit and why you should still, and I completely agree with her that you should, even if it's test optional, still apply, treat it as required, and you'll see again also going back to the same topic, that concept of the academics and the activities, right? There'll be some sections on the academics as this is optional, and activities are optional, right? Treat it all as required so you can stand out that way. But in terms of test blind means so test blind means that they're not going to look at it, but yeah, be careful. Some schools do test blind for academics, but they leave it on for scholarships, right? So yeah, check your school, see is it test blind fully, meaning it's blind for everything. Like for example, the UCs, all 9 U's are they call it test free, which means test blind for everything. No scholarships or applications will see the scores at all. So that's why like now, and if the only schools you're applying to are just the UCs or schools that are only test blind, there's no need to take it. I'd rather have you focus your time on the other 3 areas right here. That'll be better use of your time as well. Question related to volunteer program. This is probably the last question today about this. Oh, actually, no, there'll be no question. There'll be a Q&A session later today. So feel free, if you're interested in having more questions after this, feel free to write it in. But another question right here is I have a question about volunteer programs. Which one can we apply to? It's a fantastic question. This is the last question before I bring on the amazing Coach Justin to jump on real quick. But real quick about volunteer programs. Your school will probably have a bunch, so go through there first. Like probably easiest one. The next easiest way to get it is look up local nonprofits in your area and just ask, hey, can I help? Don't phrase as can I volunteer? Say, hey, can I help? Anyway, right? You're gonna make your own volunteer position that way as well. So instead of applying for a volunteer position, you're actually making your own thing. Same thing for those of you guys who want to work with certain folks in your city or in your industry or in your career, right? Hey, can I help you out with something? Right, and then they'll be like, yeah, whatever, and then let's make it happen. So you help them out with something. You basically create your own volunteer program through that. Okay, yeah, but we can chat more about that if you're interested later today. But I don't want to take up any more time. I have the incredible my buddy Coach Justin here with us. What's up, Coach Justin?
How are you doing? How's everybody doing?
Doing amazing. All right, he's the introduce himself. He's amazing. You guys are gonna have a blast as well too. He is the high school, your youth leadership expert in the industry as well too. So make sure you take lots of notes. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Excellent. What's up, everybody? So I can't see your faces, but I can see the comments that comes in. So if you guys don't all mind sending a what's up in the chat.
Also, quick heads up, Coach Justin, there is like a 10-15 second delay. So don't feel awkward if you're saying and then like you have to wait a little bit. I usually talk and the comments come in, and I have a second chat that I can funnel in as well too for you.
Sounds great. Sounds great. There we go. I see a hi coming in. Excellent. So guys, straight to the point. What I do is when people feel overwhelmed, when people like they have so much on their plate, they feel like they don't know where to start or what they need to focus on first, that's where I come in, and I can help you guys break that down and make sure you're successful with what it is you're trying to do. So before I get started, let's get some more hellos in the chat so I know who I'm talking to, and then we'll go ahead and get started. I have an amazing drill for you guys today that you guys can take with you, and no matter what it is you're working on, you're able to use it. So I see Miss Grace said hello.
On the other chat, we have Andrew, we have Alina, we have Miranda. They're all saying what's up and Hayes and hellos, long O's at the other chat as
Awesome.
well too.
So is this a chat that only you can see, buddy, or is it?
Yeah, so this is two. I streamed it to two different rooms. So this is one room, and there's another room as well too.
Excellent, excellent. All right, yeah, that sounds great. So, literally, how many of you guys feel like you have all this weight on your shoulders? You have to get into a good college. You have to get good grades. You have to study for this test. You have so many things on your plate. You're just naturally working hard, and that's all you know to do. It's like, you know what? I'm going to study. But at the same time, you feel like you're overwhelmed. How many of you guys feel like there's a lot of weight on your shoulder? Feel free to be open, type in the chat. Yep. Excellent. So again, I can't see your comments coming in just yet, but I'm gonna go ahead and get started with the exercise. So what I want you guys to do is list 10 of your top priorities right now. So for example, getting into a good college, getting an A on a certain test coming up. List out your top 10. It does have to be in any order right now. I'm going to give everybody 2 minutes.
Do you want them to write it in the chat or just like on a piece of paper?
On a piece of paper. And then I'm asking for a volunteer.
Awesome.
So, yep, everybody should be taking notes. So have a piece of paper. And Tony, if you want to join me in this session, because I believe you see things quicker than I do.
You got it.
Excellent, excellent.
Yeah, we have a few more hellos. They're kicking out. Sophie, Grace, Manusha, Julia. We have parents here too, so we have half students, half parents. So her junior is feeling it.
This is great because parents, if you do this exercise as well, this will help you. And when you're doing well, your kids tend to do well as well. So they're really following your habits. Just like my 2-year-old in the back is listening to everything that I say right now. Awesome. So guys, I'm gonna give you 1 more minute. List out your top 10 priorities right now. Parents, you can do this exercise as well. And then I'll give you guys an example of my top 10. Excellent. Coach Tony's joining us. So this top 10 priority, it could be something you guys want to do in the future. It could be with financial success, business success, college success, get into the top 3 schools I'm applying to, financial freedom for parents, retirement, making sure you guys can retire and do the things you want to do, eating healthy, fitness. These are all priorities that you guys can write down. Just give you guys examples. So type in the chat, just done. Type in the chat, done when you're finished. I love interacting, love interacting. So I'm not seeing any comments yet. So I'm going to give, there we go. Coach Tony's done. Anybody else?
We have a few folks on the other side. Chris is done.
Great
Lloyd
job,
is
Chris.
done as well too.
Awesome. All right. So of those top 10, what I want you to do is look at those top 10 and write down on the side of it 5 that are most important to you right now. Not saying the others are not important, but write down your top 5. And I'm going to say my top 5 that are most important to me would be my hobbies, finance, business, family, and health. That's not in any order. That's just my top right now. For you, it could be acing the next test you have that you need, or achieving that volunteer work. Just write it down, your top 5. All right, type in done when you are finished. Awesome, Tony. I love it. You're writing the... All right, I see a lot of people writing down.
Mary's done as well too. Over here we have Tate is done. Muad, I hope I said it right. Muad is done as well too.
All right, 10 more seconds, my friends. 10 more seconds. All right, so once you're done, I want you to draw 5 circles like so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Draw 5 circles on a set sheet of paper. Inside those circles, you're going to write your top 5 priorities. It doesn't have to be in any order. Just write down your top 5 priorities. And then go ahead and say done again when you are finished that part. All right, so for me, I'm writing finance at the top circle. To the right, I'm writing family. Under family, I'm writing business. And again, this doesn't have to be in any order. Beside business, to the left, I'm writing health. I'm going to show you what my circle looks like in just a minute. And then when I say hobbies, that's like things I want to do, like vacations, go on, do archery, things that I enjoy. Things that I enjoy would be hobbies.
We got a few people who has done. The Cal Stub is done. Matthew is done. George is done as well too.
Okay, so before I dive into this drill, before we finish this drill, I'm going to break down what this drill does for you guys, okay? A lot of times we think that we need to focus on getting straight A's instead of thinking about what's holding us back from achieving straight A's. So this drill is going to have you write down your top 5 things that are very important to you right now. And it's going to help you understand what you need to knock out first, what you need to focus the most on in order to achieve the other things. Okay? So what drives stress is when you step back and you look at the big picture and see everything that is you have to get done all at once. So when you list everything out, top 10 things I need to do, then you take the top 5 that are most important. This drill is going to help you to decide what you need to do first. So starting with your top circle, and I'm going to go to my left first, okay? I'm going this way first. What's more important, finance or family? Okay? And if family is more important, I'm going to draw an arrow to family like that. If finance is more important or whatever's in your top circle, then draw an arrow upwards to that circle. Does that make sense? Give me, got it. If that makes sense to you, type got it. That's just the first 2 circles. That's it. Okay. Perfect. Excellent. Okay. So sticking with the very top circle for you. Now we're going to compare the top circle with the next circle down here. What's more important, finance or business? That would be for me. Okay. And if business is more important, I'm drawing an arrow straight down to business. Whatever that circle is for you, if the top circle is more important, you're drawing an arrow up to that top circle. Okay, so for me, business is more important than finance because without business, I would not have finance. I own 2 companies. Youth Leadership Academy, and Prestige Sport Martial Arts. So without the business, I wouldn't have the finance. So as of right now, I have finance is third place right now. Family is more important and business is more important. Okay. Now, what's more important, finance or health? That's for me. Okay. So for you, it's what's more important, this top circle or this bottom circle right here. Draw an arrow to whichever is more important. Okay. So clearly my health is more important than finance to me. So I'm drawing an arrow straight down. Straight down to health. So I'm definitely going to the gym or running my laps before I balance my books, before I look at my numbers. Okay, because without my health, I can't run my business. Without my health, I can't be there for my family. Okay, you guys get it? So whatever that top circle is for you, draw an arrow down to that one right there. And then last circle, what's more important, this top circle for you or this circle right here? Finance for me is more important than my hobbies. Okay, so without the finance, I can't do the hobbies. So I'm actually drawing my first arrow to finance to that top circle. Does everybody get it? Awesome. So now that the first circle is done, we're going down to the second circle. Okay, so what's more important, this circle compared to the circle right underneath it? So family to me is more important. So I'm going to draw an arrow from business up to family. So if this is homework, if this is a test, whatever you have in those circles, okay? Type in too easy if like you're understanding me fully. And if you have any questions, type in I have a question, please. I want to answer your questions if you're confused. Okay. I do not want to move on until I know that everybody got it.
Looks like Cowstub got it. Grace is getting it. Sophie is getting it as well too. Over here, Justin's getting it. Brandy's getting it.
I love it. I love it. All right. So again, second circle. We're on the second circle now. I love it. Too easy. What's more important, this circle or this circle? Bring it right here. This circle or this circle. You're going to draw an arrow to whichever is more important. Okay. So for me, my health is more important than that circle right there, because without my health, I cannot be there for my family. Okay. Family is extremely important. But again, if I don't have my health, I can't provide for my family. So I'm drawing an arrow from family to health. So for me, as of right now, I have 2 arrows going to my health department. So that's showing me that that's pretty important. That's something I need to focus on. Okay. All right, moving on. So this circle straight across. What's more important, family or hobbies? Of course, family's more important. So I'm drawing an arrow from hobbies straight to family. Okay. So right now I have 2 circles that are tied. Okay. So far. And then now I'm on my third circle now. So business. Okay. And I'm doing the same thing. Business to this circle, that circle to this circle, that, and then straight up back to family. Okay. So what's more important to me? Business or health? Health is more important. What's more important, business or hobbies? Business is more important because I have to be able to pay for the hobbies. What's more important, business or finance? We already did that one, so we're good. And we already did that one. So we're almost done. See that circle we're creating, guys? I'm going to give you guys 2 seconds, and I'm going to move on to health, to my bottom circle. All right, so going straight up. What's more important, my health or my hobbies, clearly health is more important. So I'm drawing an arrow there. Okay. And then let's see. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So every one should be done. So now what you guys are going to do, you're going to list out in order which one has the most arrows going to it. Okay. So for me, I have 4 arrows going to this bottom circle. So I'm writing that bottom circle as number 1. So health is what I need to focus all my attention on first. Family is second in line. I have 3 arrows going to family. So my family is my second priority. I have 2 arrows going to business. So business is number 3 in line. So I'm writing business. And I have 0 arrows going to hobbies. So that's not next. And I have 1 arrow going to finance. So finance is 3rd in line for me. And then hobbies, I'll write last.
Someone's asking, what if there's 2 the same for any of the categories? Like something's tied.
So that's actually good that you said it. Are they able to type in what those categories are?
Yeah, let me ask him. Give me,
Yep,
or
let's break it down.
whoever just asked me in the other chat, the second chat. You said the 2 equal ones. If you can let me know, and I can send to the main chat over here.
It's rare that we get a tie, but we do get them. So that's awesome. You will be my example. Coach Tony, has that person responded? And everybody else, type in finish when you're done, when you have your things in order.
This student saying studying for the SAT versus getting an A in a summer class.
All right, so you're in that summer class so you can get better in that subject. And most likely that subject is on the SAT. So I would put getting an A in the summer class as the top priority. So that way, when you do take that SAT, it's just another subject that you're better off with. Now, this is why you guys have coaches. This is why you guys have people like Coach Tony to really help you guys understand what's the top priority you need to be focusing on. Now, this drill is so powerful because if you step back, of course, family is very important. Of course, business is important. Finance and my health is all important. But I can easily get overwhelmed trying to establish what I need to focus on next. Okay? So with that being said, the things that highly successful people do is they don't wing everything. Write this in your notes. Highly successful people do not do things just because they feel like doing things. Everything is scheduled. Okay? You know what? Your kids, your teenagers, your young adults, you guys have friends as well. You guys don't live your whole life in front of the books. So how can I utilize still being a kid and having fun as well as doing well on the SAT and getting into the schools I want? What we use, and I believe Coach Tony does this as well, is a calendar on our phone, the calendar on my phone. Okay? From this hour to this hour, I am focusing on my health. Okay? So for me personally, I'm on the East Coast, 6 a.m. my time. At 5:45, my alarm goes off. I'm running and I'm working out. I'm focusing on the top of my priority list. Okay? And that's every single day for me. So what that could be for you is from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m., I'm working on this specific subject. Okay? So I'm studying to get an A on that summer class from this time to this time, if that makes sense. And then from the next hour to the next hour, I'm focusing on that subject. If you want to be highly successful and less stressed, you have to have a calendar. Okay? This is not maybe, this is not, I think I'll get to it. I want everybody in this group to take the time to list out everything they need to get done and put it on a calendar. Okay? You have a planner, which is a hard planner, or you got the iPhone. I use the iCalendar the best. Okay. I believe Tony's also team iPhone, so that works out.
I have an iPhone, but I use Google calendars for mine. So we practice what we preach.
Exactly, 100%. Every
Mhm.
hour, I know where I need to be. And
Mhm.
literally, I don't have to think about my next event. I get an alarm that says, by the way, you have this meeting coming up. So, me managing 2 businesses, me being here to help you guys is very easy because of my calendar. Okay. So the person who wrote getting an A on their summer class versus SAT, do they have any other questions? Does everything else line up in order?
They're good now.
Excellent. Let me know if I'm going too fast. I know my time is very tight, so I'm trying to get things to you guys as quickly as possible. So now, the second part of de-stressing yourself is the mental aspect, okay? So the first aspect is you guys have to be action takers, which you guys are here right now, so you guys are. Putting these things on your calendar, okay? Making sure once your alarm goes off, you're not snoozing it. Hey guys, I want to hang out, but from 4 to 5 p.m., I am studying this subject, and then you have so much more free time. The second aspect is your mindset, okay? If you tell yourself that it's going to be a stressful week, it's going to be a stressful week, okay? And parents that are in this group as well, if your kids are hearing you say, oh, I hate Mondays, I can't wait till it's Friday, they're going to have that same exact mindset, okay? So Sundays are the key days for me. I'm not saying you have to do it on Sundays, where I plan out my schedule for the week. So Monday, once I get my certain level of activities done, that's it. I am good to go. So Mondays are just as good as Fridays for me. Okay. And that's me running 2 businesses and talking to as many kids as possible around the US. Okay. Excellent. Coach Tony plans this. So I want everybody in this group to write down what day you're going to commit to writing out your weekly schedule. Okay. I need everybody to commit to a day. That doesn't mean you have to stick with it. You can change it anytime later. Write it in the chat. I believe mine's slightly delayed, so all is good. I'm just going to wait for one person to come up. And Coach Tony, if you see somebody wrote as well, feel free to let me know.
Sure.
All right.
So I see Calstub said Sunday, Grace says Mondays, Mary says Sunday. We have Umar, he says Fridays. We have Blair, they're gonna do Saturdays. And one more, Cassie says Mondays.
Excellent, excellent. And guys, at 4 minutes, the final thing that I need to do for you guys, or tell you guys, and everybody write this in your notes, celebrate your successes, big or small, right? Some of you guys are working, not some of you guys, all of you guys are working so hard to get into that one school, but you're missing the fact that you just got an A on this big report you spent hours on. So taking the time to celebrate your successes, and all those small successes builds up and it helps you mentally. And when you're good mentally, you can take on so many more tasks. Okay. So much more you can take on by celebrating your small task. Okay. Excellent. And so Julie, who says she's always planning, make sure you pick a certain day. And I know you said fine tune on Sunday. Make sure you pick a certain day that you can really know everything that you do throughout the week, so you're not overwhelming yourself. So Julie, if you're consistently adding to your schedule, you're not going to see your small achievements. Okay.
Yeah, I want to jump in real quick because I think a few folks on both sides are saying they're always planning too. I think what Coach Justin means, we're always planning. We're always kind of changing our schedule. It's bits and pieces. We have a meeting come up, we jump it in. I'm like, hey, Justin, let's chat real fast. We plug it in our calendars real fast. So we are always planning, but there's like a hard date where like at least the solid non-negotiables are there. I think that's what Coach Justin said. Like, for example, like I have a sleep, wake time, eating, important meetings, important things I have to do, locked and loaded. Like no matter what, I'm gonna follow that schedule. And of course, things change every once in a while, of course. But you try to be as regimented as possible as well. I think what Coach Justin's probably saying.
Excellent, excellent. And guys, so I'm gonna recap this really quick meeting, guys. Always list out your top 10 things that you guys need to knock out. Okay. Of those top 10, you're gonna select 5 that you're gonna focus on that week. You're gonna organize it using what you just learned. And then you're gonna say, all right, I'm gonna knock out this subject. I might get an A in summer school and make sure I'm studying mainly for summer school right now. When you go to study for the SAT, most likely that subject is on the SAT. So really you just helped yourself out. Okay. So organizing your days, organizing your events, organizing what's important, make sure you celebrate. I can't say this enough. Celebrate your wins. Okay. Big or small. Okay. I just came to this class and I just taught you guys something new. I'm going to celebrate that. I'm extremely happy. If one of you guys take what I taught you guys and be highly successful, that's a huge win for me, and I'm gonna celebrate that as well. If all of you guys do it, boom, even better. Okay. So if you tell yourself you're too busy, if you tell yourself you have so much going on, guess what? You're gonna crash. If you tell yourself, you know what, I have a lot going on, but it's organized from this time to that time, that's when I'll do that. My relaxed time is from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. Then you're good. It doesn't seem overwhelming. Okay. So again, my name is Coach Justin. I'm with the Youth Leadership Academy. I look forward to being with you guys for the next couple days for this training. So I'm excited to be with you guys.
Super awesome. Yeah, thank you, Coach Justin. Everybody saying thank you in the comments. And actually, they'll be saying you next few days as well too. So he's gonna be a regular at this event. So you're gonna see him a few more times before the end of the event. Thank you so much, Coach Justin.
Awesome. Thank you, Coach Tony.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. That was amazing and incredible. He had a short time, so we squeezed him in. He's incredible as well. He literally is the youth leadership expert as well, too. And so it's funny he mentioned, like, if you're busy, right? I'm like, I've never heard, like, a lot of people that I work around and work with, right? We never use that line, I'm too busy, right? Because then if you're too, like, Coach Justin, he's a father. He has an amazing family. He runs multiple businesses as well, too. And he never tells me, no, I can't do whatever because I'm too busy. He's like, okay, let me make time for it, or it's not my priority right now, right? Which is perfectly fine. But when students, I know, and we have a few parents here live as well. I'm sure your parents will rarely say, I'm busy. If you need help, like a student, I'm talking to students right now, if you need help, your parents will make it a point to help you guys out with whatever it is that you need help with, right? So busy is just another word for I don't prioritize you as well, how I think about it. But if you understand what you do prioritize, things will just naturally fall into place. So super pumped, an awesome wild, like, quick session, and he'll be back tomorrow for a nice longer one tomorrow, so get excited for his session tomorrow there. And right, our next speaker is here, the amazing Dylan. Hello. So I'm gonna go ahead and let you take over. Just a quick heads up, I keep forgetting to tell speakers this, there is a nice 15-second delay between your voice and the chat room, and there's also a second chat that I'll have control. So if you ask questions, give it like 10-15 seconds, then you'll see responses, and I'll jump in with responses from the other side as well too.
Okay, beautiful. Right. Thank you so much. Awesome. Hello, everyone. That was awesome. I heard part of Justin's speech. It was super motivational. And now you're going to get even more value today. What do you know? Today, we're going to talk about college essay strategies to get accepted into your dream school. Yes, because college essays are so important, more important than they've ever been. So I'm excited for you guys to get this information today. So first things first, I want to introduce myself. Who am I? Who is this girl talking to you? Well, my name is Dylan Nellis. I am a college application consultant and undergraduate at Stanford University. Some of you guys may know me from my YouTube videos. If you search about college essays or college applications, I am on YouTube, so you can find me there. But basically, my goal is to empower students to discover their sense of self and effectively communicate their personal values, experiences, and potential through well-crafted college essays. I've edited over 800 essays and identified all the common mistakes, the overused phrases you should avoid, and the standout strategies that can make or break an application. So I offer a range of services and resources, including college essay editing, live consulting, educational videos on YouTube, and the most valuable thing is a comprehensive online course to craft a successful essay. I've been working on this for a couple years, and it's produced some successful results. And I'm going to teach you guys some really great strategies to make your application pop and to make you stand out. So first things first is I want to dive into Harvard's scoring method, which, oh my gosh, sounds a little daunting, right? So I want every one of you to pull out a pen and paper right now. Pull out a pen and paper, or I like to take notes digitally. So pull out a notes app or whatever you use to take notes, because this is going to be super important. So Harvard's scoring method is actually a scoring method used in the college application process, not just at Harvard, but it was actually adopted by the Ivy Leagues and other top-ranked colleges too. I actually had a chance to look at my Stanford admissions file because, like I said, I go to Stanford, and a lot of these similar things were on there. And so it's really important to understand how you're being scored. All right, so let's jump into this. Okay. The college admission scoring method used by Ivy Leagues and the other top-ranked colleges. You're scored on a scale of 1 to 6, 1 being the best, 6 being the worst, in these 4 categories. There are other categories too, but like these are the most important. So first you got academic, right? You know, your grades, your standardized test scores, academic activities. That would be like science fair or like Math Olympiad, you know, those kinds of things, high school rigor, you know, how challenging your classes are, your APs, honor classes, all of that is the academics. Then there's athletics, which is understandable, you know, whether you're being recruited on a team or you participate in other athletic activities. Then you have extracurriculars, which is the clubs, the volunteer activities you do, the summer programs, the internships, work experience, and passion projects. Passion projects are things that you start yourself. For example, a nonprofit organization, or you write a book, or you make an app, or you start a social justice organization. Like there's a lot of things you can do in the passion project realm. So that's the extracurricular side. And then you have personal. A lot of people are like, what is personal? What does that mean? They care about me as a person? Yes, they do. So your personal qualities and your character is actually so important in college admissions, and your intellectual vitality, your emotional intelligence. We'll talk about those things later. I know, big words. How interesting or unique you are. Yes, they care about that. How well you are liked, your ability to overcome challenges, and leadership and other soft skills that you have. Those are all so important. So now let's dive into these in a little bit more detail and see how you're scored. So athletic, okay, I can skip over this one. It's more just, you know, like whether you participate in athletics or not, right? Extracurricular though, to score a 1, you kind of need activities that are unique or uncommon, activities that have a large sphere of influence, whether like state, national, or international. You should be having leadership positions in your activities. And unfortunately, common activities like NHS, National Honor Society, Key Club, and Model UN won't necessarily help you stand out. I know this is tough to comprehend. I definitely participated in some of these. I was in the National Honor Society. But the thing is, so many students do this. You look more like the typical applicant rather than standing out. And so what can help you stand out? Passion projects. They can really help you stand out, and they simultaneously boost your personal score. Now, in this webinar, my section, I'm not going to talk so much about the extracurriculars because I know if you're going into your senior year, there's not much you can change at this point, right? Like, yes, you could start a whole big thing, but you are dealing with so much in your life right now with school, extracurriculars, and college essays. So what's the best place where you can boost your score? Is going to be the personal side, but I'll talk about in a second because we also have to address academics. You know, even with perfect grades and a perfect SAT or ACT score, the highest score you can get is a 2. Remember, 1 is the best score. The highest you can get is a 2 with perfect scores. Now, why is that? Well, to have a shot at scoring a 1, you would need national or international academic achievements or activities. I know this seems like crazy, tough, overwhelming, but it's good to know that there is actually a lot less importance on academics due to COVID-19. You know, you have the test optional with the SATs and ACTs. A lot of schools did pass or fail for classes at some point, and there's no SAT subject tests. And I want to debunk a couple misconceptions about the academic side of things. First things first, grades can get you in the door, for sure. There are benchmark grades and scores that you may need to have to get into or to be considered for certain colleges. But they are not the most important factor in admissions. Colleges are not just looking for students with high scores. And so many students place so much emphasis on their scores and their grades and grades and grades, but these are not going to set you apart from other applicants. A lot of students will have the same grades. So, GPA and test scores can be the sole reason you are denied from a school. But at many universities in the US, they will never be the sole reason you are accepted. College essays, however, these can set you apart because there are students who have the same scores as you, the same clubs as you, the same sports as you, and there will be students who are better than you in all of these categories. But no one will have the same story as you. I want to emphasize that your story matters, your experiences, your thoughts, your perceptions, the way you think about the world. It matters so much in college admissions, and not enough students realize that. So, let's talk about the personal category. As I said, most students underestimate the importance of the personal category, but this year it is the most important than it has ever been in the past because this test optional and because, all the issues. I know you guys spent like so many years of your high school experience in the pandemic, so there's obviously more challenges in terms of what you were able to do in terms of extracurriculars and your grades, but your story is something that you experienced and you can definitely talk about. So the number one driver of your personal rating is your personal statement and the supplemental essays. Basically, your college essays, all the essays you're going to have to be writing for these colleges, and also the letters of recommendation you receive, the interview, the additional information section, and the new COVID-19 essay. All right, so let's get a sense here. How is everyone feeling? How are you feeling about your college applications? I want you to drop some comments in the chat and we'll talk about that. Because you should really acknowledge how you're feeling right now so that you can make the appropriate steps moving forward. So I'll wait a couple seconds. Type in the chat. I want to hear a lot of you speaking up. Tell me, how are you currently feeling about your college applications? Oh, Coach Tony, I can't hear you for some reason.
Hello?
I can hear you now.
Perfect, cool. In this other chat, someone said nervous because they're a senior as well too, and other students just not sure where to start. They're also like a 9th, 10th grader. In this chat, someone says anxious as well. So everybody's feeling a little uncertain right now about the whole college essays.
Yeah, wow. This is a lot of negative feelings. Oh my gosh. Okay, we need to rid ourselves of this negative energy, right? And that's what we're going to do today. So I'm super excited. So, I want you guys to understand this one thing. College applications may seem like a really scary or stressful process, but if you get organized, you work smart and strategically, and you stay on track, you'll realize it's much more approachable than you think. So, I want you guys to know that I was just like you. I was in your shoes right now, right? In 2018, I was incredibly nervous and stressed when it came to college applications. And even though I was literally at the top of my class and I had big dreams of getting into Stanford, USC, and UCLA, I just had no idea how. No one taught me how. And I thought that was kind of ridiculous, I couldn't afford a private college consultant, and I noticed a lack of resources and guidance at my Title I high school. And I greatly appreciated my high school college counselor's help with general logistics and filling out the application. But I was not able to learn the necessary strategy behind college applications from my own high school. And that's because this information just isn't taught in most high schools, yet it can literally make or break an application. Let me know in the chat, in the comments, if your high schools have been supportive or not super supportive in terms of this. So this is a picture of me in 2018 getting my work done. And so let's see how I solved this problem. What did I do? I sought out numerous articles, books, and videos to educate myself on the ins and outs of the college application process. And I learned that the college application process isn't just about getting into college. right? It's actually about understanding who I am as a person. And for you guys, it's going to be understanding who you are as a person. And it's about using really specific strategies to effectively convey your personal values, your experiences, and your potential to these colleges. And so everything that I learned paid off once I applied it to my own applications and my essays. I was accepted into every single school that I applied to, including Stanford, USC, UCLA, UC San Diego, NYU, and many more. So the college application process is a journey toward self-discovery. Here's a picture of me when I got into Stanford. I was very, very proud. And I want you guys to know that it's possible for you too. All right. Here's the trouble thing though. Even with my success, I was incredibly stressed throughout the process. Look at this picture of this dog. I love this meme. I think it's hilarious, but I don't want this to be you. It was me, but it doesn't have to be you. And the reason why I was so stressed is because I spent so much time just trying to figure out the strategy to get into my top schools. Like I said, I didn't have this guidance. I didn't have a college counselor to help me or tell me exactly what to do step by step. But because of that, I was forced to do all this work on my own and research the entire internet and the books and everything just to figure out what the heck I was doing, how to do it, how to get into these schools strategically. And I didn't have a comfortable amount of time to actually execute what I was doing. So then I was having to write like an essay a week, along with taking 4 AP classes, 8 classes total, extracurriculars. It was a lot in my life and I was very stressed. But you don't have to be. I want to emphasize that you do not have to be stressed. Okay, so my students have done it and I've done it. Well, in a more stressful way, but my students have done it without as much stress. And so can you. So my students that I've worked with have gotten into Stanford, UPenn, Cornell, UCLA, USC, and so many more schools. And they all followed this 6-step process that I'm going to teach you guys today. And so we're going to talk about all the steps of crafting an amazing college essay. First thing first, though, I want to cover some things. Oh, sorry. Before we do that, I need to ask you guys, which approach do you want to take? All right, we talked about how stressed I was, and then we talked about the strategy. So do you want to be winging it? Do you want high stress to be scattered and scrapping and restarting tons of drafts and wasting your precious time? Oh my God, I did that so much during the summer before my senior year. I was like, I'm just going to write my essays. And then they were horrible. And then I was wasting my time over and over again. Or do you want to just start with the expert strategy? Go step by step to craft a successful college essay. Have that guidance. Have that confidence to submit your essay saying, yeah, I'm proud of my work. And I do think that I have a chance at getting into these schools. And reducing your stress significantly. What kind of experience do you want for your senior year and for your life moving forward? Do you want to go into life with this expert strategy, or do you just want to be flailing your arms and be winging it? Type in the chat. Let me know. Let me know. I want to hear your responses. If you're watching this right now, type in the chat. Expert strategy or winging it? Which do you want to be? Coach Tony, I still can't hear you when you like.
Getting it's one of those like, can you hear me now kind of things.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so Chris says expert, Anna says expert, Luna says expert, Shaw says expert as well too.
Damn.
And
okay, you guys know the
Navia
right
says
answer.
expert over here.
All right, that's correct. All right. Okay, so first things first, let's get organized, right? So the first thing you need to do when building your college list is research. Research these colleges and create a college list. The College Board has a really great search engine, which I linked right there if you want to check that out. And I also have a video on how to research a college's website because so many students don't know how to find things like the classes, the teachers, what is actually covered in these classes, the programs, the curriculum, what the teachers have accomplished themselves, the research opportunities that they have for you, study abroad opportunities, extracurriculars. Those are all so important. And you need to know what these colleges have available. So you are making sure that you are applying to schools that are actually going to fulfill your educational goals. Don't just apply to the schools you've heard of before or the schools that are prestigious, right? Like you want a school that will actually support you. So I have a lot of information on my YouTube. I also have a free template to organize everything on Google Sheets, and I linked it on here, but I know you can't click on this. So you can go to collegeessayadvice.com. I will share it with Coach Tony. Hopefully he can put it in the comments. But collegeessayadvice.com is really where you're going to find everything that I offer. It's super amazing, jam-packed with resources, and you can check out the free resources right now and open up this template where you can organize your entire college list and write down what's required so nothing jumps out as a surprise later on. So hopefully Coach Tony can put that in the chat, please. It's just collegeessayadvice.com. I send it to you in the private chat. All right. And then you need to create a schedule. This is very important to stay on track. Time management, super necessary, So you should plan ahead and plan weekly what you want to accomplish every single week up until your deadline. I did this in September, which at that point felt a little bit late. I know it's August, so do it now, because I realized, like I said earlier, I'm going to have to write an essay a week. It was crazy. It was so much work, and I didn't know that going into it. And so it's important to lay out your entire plan and figure out what you need to do week by week. Okay, but now let's jump into the hardcore college essay strategies. Okay, first things first. What is a college essay, right? I'm throwing this word around. What does it even mean? Okay, well, first of all, it's not your typical high school essay. It's not an academic essay. You're not creating a thesis and supporting it with evidence. No. Nor is it a resume. They already have access to your activities and awards. These colleges know these things that you do. So it's not a chance for you to just brag and list out a bunch of stuff, right? College essays are a story. It is literally a story. It is not an academic essay, but it's a piece of creative writing, like a first-person nonfiction in a book or a short memoir. And you're going to focus on a specific theme or experience from your life or several experiences from your life, but you're not going to share your entire life journey. I review so many essays, like I said, over 800 at this point, and so many students make it about so many different things, and it's like, great, but it needs to be cohesively tied together. Your storytelling is incredibly important to crafting an excellent college essay, and so you need to make sure that your beginning connects to the end, and it's very, very nicely packaged together. Another thing is that college essays are a window into your mind and your soul, because admissions officers want to understand who you are as a person, right? I talked about that with the personal aspect of the scoring method. So character and personal qualities is literally a factor that they evaluate you on, and they want to learn about your passions, your mindset, the way you see the world, and the way you approach obstacles. So there are two key qualities that colleges look for, and one of them is intellectual vitality. So in a nutshell, it's how you take responsibility for your own education and engage in activities that you are extremely passionate about. It's all about how your mind works, focused on curiosity, your passion, taking initiative. All of those values are super, super important, and colleges love to see that. The second thing is emotional intelligence. Now, this is the capability to recognize your own emotions and manage them effectively. This demonstrates your self-awareness and your ability to analyze a situation and uncover underlying problems or hidden meanings. It's all about self-reflection, maturity, and your mindset. Now, you kind of gotta psychoanalyze yourself a little bit in the college application process, and it's going to be a lot of work. This is why I say it's a journey towards self-discovery, because you aren't just answering a prompt willy-nilly, right? You have to actually think about your life experiences and what shaped you to be the person you are today. You know, what happened in your past, or what are these limiting beliefs that you have learned to overcome? What challenges have you overcome? You know, what are you realizing? Or like maybe you realize a problem that you have stemmed from something in your childhood or something relating to a social construct that we have. You know, there's so many societal issues that are going on, and these are great things to address in your college essays. Okay, another thing, this quote: if your friend finds your essay on the ground and it has no name on it, they should be able to tell that it's yours just by reading it. What does this mean? It means your essay needs to be incredibly personal and specific to you. Your essay should not apply to anyone else but you. Now, I know you may be thinking, oh, well, my story sounds cliche. My story sounds like something everyone goes through. Listen. I believe that any topic can be done if it is dealt with creativity, honesty, and your own unique perspective. So don't refrain from telling an incredibly impactful story from your life, even if the topic seems overdone. Why? Well, because if you think about it, humans, it's a part of our human nature to go through very similar experiences, go through very similar challenges. You see these movies with very similar plots, right? But what's different is the specific parts of your story, the specific details, the specific insights, all the things that you went through, the ways that you thought about it, the ways that you approached the problem, and the lessons and values that you learned from those experiences. Those are all unique to you. No one else shares exactly all of those same things as you. So I think it's a good thing to write about a story that is incredibly impactful and unique to you, even if it seems like it may be overdone. However, there are some topics, I must be honest, that are better to avoid. And sometimes it is better to stand out with a topic that is less overdone and more unique to you. So I offer consulting services if you want to actually talk about your topic with me, and we can craft it together and create a story that will best fit you. The next thing you need to do is read example essays, because successful example essays are a great way to understand the college essay writing style, and it can help you identify the strategies that other students employed in their own essays. And so in my college essay course, where I walk you through step-by-step how to do everything in the college essay writing process, it includes 26 successful essays written by admits of top-ranked universities. And each of these essays are analyzed and color-coded to break down the structure. I talk about all of the strategies that these kids use, and these are some phenomenal essays, and I worked with a lot of these students as well. Okay, the next thing you need to do is identify your core values. It's really important to do that, psychoanalyzing of yourself that I talked about, and think about, what is really important to you? Who are you as a person? Because you have to understand yourself before you're able to communicate who you are to someone else. So ask yourself, how do you view the world? What matters most to you? What do you, or why do you do the things that you do? How do you deal with conflict or setbacks or hardship? What is something that you strongly believe? And what makes you, you? So some values can include authenticity, community, justice, patience, etc. However, your essay does not need to blatantly state your values. In fact, it's better if they don't, because these values should be conveyed through your story and through your reflections. It shouldn't be something where you're explicitly telling them, hey, by the way, I really value community. It's instead the college admissions officer should read your essay and have that as a takeaway. They can finish your essay and be like, wow, I can tell that from this story that the student told, they are really into community, or they're really into social justice, or they're really into being their authentic self. So that should come naturally. Oh, and I also need to say that in my college essay course, I actually walk you through a very strategic step-by-step process of how to do this, how to identify your core values through very specific exercises. And so you'll be able to identify your own values and your personal experiences that best convey them. The next thing you need to do is the most important part of the college essay process. And this is structuring your essay. And I swear to God, do not start writing your essay until you have done this. I promise you, structuring your essay will save you so much time and so much stress. This is where students, if they don't structure their essay, they end up in a lot of trouble. And so let's actually talk about that. What do you think? What do you guys think will happen if you do not structure your essay before you write it? And by structuring, I mean outlining, listing bullet points of what you're going to talk about in every single paragraph. How are you going to break down your story? What will happen if you don't structure your essay? Drop some guesses in the chat. What will happen? Why do I even tell you guys to do this, right? Why is this important? Why is it important to structure your essay or outline it? I want to see those comments in the chat. Let me know.
Hello, hello. We have Scott saying that you end up saying the same thing over and over. We have Mayteen says there's no direction in your essay. Julie over here says unorganized thoughts. Repeat yourself. No flow.
All right. Wow. Okay. You guys are smart. You're a very smart group. I love that. You have this totally in you. So you are completely right. You don't structure your essay. Your essay may start in one place and end up somewhere completely different. I see that happen all the time. I was just reviewing an essay before I got on this call, and that student did that. It may deviate from the main theme, and it's scattered rather than cohesive. You might experience writer's block because you have no idea what direction your essay is supposed to go. You'll start writing and then you're like, what do I do now? What do I do now? And you don't want to experience that, right? You might place too much emphasis on some parts and not enough emphasis on others. A lot of times students spend way too much time on the background story and like the problem that they were facing rather than how they overcame it and the actual lessons and self-reflection part. They need to focus on that way more, but they focus on the problems more. And the admissions officer is lost and they don't finish your essay with the main takeaway. And obviously you don't want that. And so all of those things are wasting your precious time. And I don't want you guys to waste your precious time like I did. And so I'm going to teach you the strategies to avoid that. So trust me, I went through it. This is a picture of me, 2018. I was like, the writing never stops. I was literally writing my essays at 1 a.m. because I spent so much time trying to attempt an essay, realizing it was crap, and then doing more research on the college essay writing process, starting over and repeating that process. But I don't want you guys to waste your time scrapping and rewriting a million essay drafts. It's time consuming, and it's also emotionally and mentally taxing. So let me show you how to get it right the first time. It's all about the way that you write it. So many students have great stories to tell, but they just don't know how to communicate them in the best way. And so in my college essay course, which a lot of my students went through, they were able to craft their essays in a very strategic way using one of these two structures. There's narrative and there's thematic. And practically every successful college essay uses one of these two structures, even if they do so unintentionally. Whether they intend to or not, they usually use one of these two structures. So wouldn't it be awesome to actually know how to break your essay paragraph by paragraph to make it an excellent story? So I actually teach that in my course. And yeah, I went through so many essays and found the patterns between all of them and combined them put them all into these two structures. So the next thing you need to do after you have structured your essay is trash write it. I know this sounds crazy. People are like, what? I don't want my essay to be trash. I know you don't. Well, listen, you need to write your essay the whole way through, following your structure and your outline. And just turn your bullet point structure into sentences and paragraphs. That is the focus of this step. Do not, and I mean it, do not stop to perfect each sentence or each paragraph before moving on to the next. Because if you do this, you might later realize that your structure is off or needs to be adjusted, and then you have to completely rewrite the essay and you've wasted so much time. I definitely did this quite a lot. I was like, oh my God, I want it to sound pretty. I want it to sound nice, So I would make my words sound really beautiful, and then I would finish it and be like, wait, nope, I need to rearrange some things. So I just wasted my time. So the point here is to focus on solidifying the structure rather than the word choice and eloquence. And once you do this, you will then be able to go in and create an official first draft. So once you got the structure down, you've already written your structure into words and sentences and paragraphs. Now you can start focusing on the flow, the eloquence, the storytelling, and showcasing your personality. And so you can employ different strategies. There's tons of strategies, by the way, such as show, don't tell, whether you're actually showing the story through a really engaging anecdote, what's happening in the current moment, versus telling, one day this happened, and then this happened, and this happened. That sounds really bland. We don't want your college essay to sound bland. We want it to sound beautiful and eloquent and really engaging, capture the reader's attention. And so there's different other techniques you can use, like wrapping your story in a metaphor, drawing connections between ideas, swapping out those overused phrases, condensing and combining sentences, and having an intention behind every sentence, which will definitely help you with your word count, because then you'll realize, oh, wait, this sentence is unnecessary. There's really no reason for me to say this. So only make sure that every single sentence that you say has an intention behind it. It's moving the story forward, or it relates to the theme. And so in my college essay course, I actually teach students how to employ each of these strategies in much more detail. And I give examples of how to do that and how other students have done that. Plus, I cover how to write the opening anecdote and the closing sentences and make that super cohesive and tied together. Other techniques to improve your writing, because it's not just about, you have to be able to write and have that like English vocabulary, not just the vocabulary, but the grammar and sentence structure. There's a lot of rules behind that, which is really important to know. And then, of course, like I mentioned, specific storytelling strategies and the ultimate list of overused phrases. Oh my God, I have edited over 800 essays. I know I say that a lot, but it's true. Through that process, I have identified so many phrases that every student says, all the cliche phrases. And it's amazing to combine all of those and put them in a list so that you can actually look at it and be like, oh, wait, I actually use that phrase. Okay, I'm going to swap it out for something more unique. Then, once you have done that, you need to revise and you need to finalize your essay. Now, it's so important to know that your first draft is not ever your final draft, right? Your essay should undergo several rounds of revision, and the revision process can last days, weeks, or even months. This is why it's so important to start early. So if you are a senior in high school, you got to get started now. Now, I recommend making copies of your drafts so that you can have different versions to refer back to and take words or phrases from. Now, also in the revising process, it's really good to have someone you trust provide feedback on your essays. And this is because a lot of times, you only see your own writing and you have this perception of what you're saying, but that may not be how it comes across to someone else. And so you should have someone you do know personally and someone you don't know personally go and provide feedback on your essays. Now, someone you do know might be able to provide insight on admirable qualities that you have or parts of your story that you left out. But it is important to make sure that your essay is still in your voice. A lot of times parents, if you're watching this, or family members or other people have so much of a say in these essays that they may actually change the student's voice and it no longer feels authentic to the student. But that's not what you want to do. It needs to be authentic to the student because this is the student's essay. This is the student's voice. It is their future that they're setting themselves up for. So don't let someone else change your essay to the point where it no longer feels authentic. Now, I think it's actually even more important to have someone who does not know you personally read over your essay and provide feedback. Now, why? Because the admissions officers will not know you either. They're not going to have this background of who you are and your personality and your values and your experiences. Like, they won't know anything about you. They're starting from a clean slate. So an essay editor who also doesn't know you will be very similar to a college admissions officer in terms of how they perceive you, how your words are coming across, and how your story is understood by an outsider. And so I edit essays I have a whole team of students who edit essays, and we can provide feedback for you if you would like. And once again, collegeessayadvice.com is where you're going to find all of that information. There's so much great stuff on that website. I can't emphasize that enough. So be sure to check that out after this presentation. But yeah, because sometimes I'll read over essays and I just don't understand things. Or sometimes there's a cultural difference, that's important, that you need to make sure that someone who isn't from that culture or doesn't have a certain passion in whatever you're talking about, that they're still able to understand what you're saying. Okay, now, once you have revised your essay until your gut tells you it's ready to go, congratulations, you've got a final draft. and that will feel amazing. And now the cool thing is once you've got a final draft, you can actually repurpose the same essay to fit other essay prompts because there's a lot of supplemental essays out there if you're applying to schools that require those. And you can actually use the same essay for different schools, but you just have to make sure that it still fits the prompt because that is incredibly important and that no school is getting 2 of the same essay, right? That would be bad. All right. So I want you guys to know that there is a way to complete your college applications without the excess stress. There is a way. And the Ultimate Guide to Craft Your Story, which is my college essay course, it has actually been proven to reduce stress, to increase your confidence, and to guide you on a journey toward self-discovery. You will learn so much about yourself through this process. And these skills that you develop through this college essay writing process will not only benefit you right now in terms of getting into college, but it will benefit you for the rest of your life. Because now that you understand your own self and you're grounded in yourself, it will help you throughout many different social situations. And when you apply for jobs in the future, you need to be able to communicate who you are as a person. And that is such an amazing skill to have. So it's going to help you for the rest of your life. So I want you guys to imagine, what if, just saying college essays was easy and fun. The process of writing was actually easy and fun. I know it may not sound possible right now, but I want to let you know that it is because these students actually did it. Jolie, she got into Texas A&M and she got into actually every school that she applied to. And through my course, she was able to make brainstorming her essays and organizing them so easy. Literally her words, not mine. And she found that the words of encouragement and the humor throughout the course made it feel really personal. That's a big thing about me is I'm not just some, random college consultant being like, do this, do that. I want to make this process fun. I want to make it easy. I wanted to make it enjoyable for you because it doesn't have to be this horrendous monster that you have to kill. It can be a journey, like I've been saying, towards self-discovery. And so for Riza, she's actually going to UC Berkeley now, which is amazing. And she found this course to be a huge lifesaver and was so excited to work on her application. And it made her have fun and be creative. Now, what if you could submit with confidence and pride? Oh my gosh, imagine having pride in your own work after you submit. So you aren't worrying and stressing so much after you hit that submit button, but you actually can calm down and say, wow, I think I did a good job. No matter what the outcome, I know that I put my best foot forward. Well, that's exactly what Carla and Uriel did. They actually both got into USC, and Carla didn't even expect to get into USC. And so through that whole process, she was able to increase her self-confidence, and she had an amazing learning experience through this. And Uriel was proud of his own writing after he learned how to effectively tell his own story. So let me ask you guys, do you want to submit excellent college essays, increase your chances of college admission, and become a more confident and evolved version of yourself? Do you? Pop it in the chat. Nah or heck yes. Do you want to become a more confident and evolved version of yourself, as well as submitting college essays that are phenomenal, that can increase your chance of admission? Let me know. Pop it in the chat. Pop it in the chat. Pop, pop, pop. Pop it in the chat. Okay, I'm making a fool of myself, so you guys better start putting some comments down there.
Hello. I have Priscilla saying heck yes. I have Tim saying yes. Tony, not me, no, Tony. Tony says yes. Me too. For me, I throw myself in there yes as well too.
All right, you guys know it. So I'm so glad that you want to do this because I believe you guys have the potential to. You guys have been super smart during this entire process. So here's what you want to do if you said yes to this. You're going to commit to yourself. First of all, you need to have the belief in yourself to do it. And I love this quote. I actually have it written on my wall right here. It's that there are people less qualified than you doing the things that you want to do simply because they decide to believe in themselves. Yeah, that's right. There are people less qualified than you doing what you want to do. Don't you want to do those things too? Well, so you just need to believe in yourself. Believe that it's possible, because it is. Because I was able to make my dreams come true, you are able to as well. So you need to define your goals and write them down. What do you want to achieve? Then, once you know what your goals are, invest in resources, services, and support that will apply strategy toward achieving your goals. So you aren't just throwing, your target, imagine like a dart, throwing a dart and just closing your eyes, hoping it's going to hit the bullseye. No. You are actually using the strategy to make sure it hits that bullseye. And so it's about the how, not the what. How are you going to achieve your goals? Not just the fact that you want to achieve them, right? And so I want you guys to know that if you are struggling right now to write your college essays, or struggling right now in any aspect of this process, this does not mean that you aren't smart or that you are not capable, because you are. Most likely, it just means you are missing the correct strategy, right? So you want to approach this with the correct strategy. And so where do you get that strategy? I actually made it for you. There's the strategy behind every type of college essay in this course. It will help you convey your personal values, your experiences, your story, and your potential to stand out in these college admissions. So you won't find this value in any of my other resources, and it will teach you how to write every college essay, not just the Common App essay or the personal statement. I'm talking about the Common App essay, yes, the UC PIQs, because there's totally a difference in the way you write those, which is important to understand. And also the supplemental essays and the Why Us supplemental essay, which is actually one of the trickiest essays to get right. The Why Us essay is the one that's like, why do you want to go to our school? But so many students fall into cliches with this essay, and they're not specific enough, and you need to learn how to stand out. And so in this course, which is a really, really cool thing that I figured out recently, I will teach you how to strategically take notes while researching these colleges, going on their website, taking notes. What do you want in a college? And then transforming those notes into the actual outline of your Why Us essay. Isn't that so cool? So it's not like you're writing notes and then you have to somehow figure out how to package it into an essay. No, as you're writing notes, you are literally creating the essay itself. And so I will teach you exactly how to do that in this course. So what does it even include? Well, you got 14 chapters of both written and video content online. You have an interactive digital workbook with 15 worksheets to map out your own ideas. So there's two components. There's the learning and there's the doing, because it's so important to be doing both. This is how the learning process happens, by you actually, filling in these worksheets that I created, filling in these exercises so that you can have this journey yourself and start to figure out, okay, wait, this is the story I want to tell, and this is the way I'm going to tell it. There's also 26 successful example essays that I have included in there that I've analyzed and color-coded to break down the structure. There's brainstorming and idea mapping techniques to find your best topic. There's the different college essay structures that I talk about and storytelling strategies, where I will literally walk you through like block by block what your essay needs to include. Then there's the ultimate list of overused phrases that you gotta avoid, and the common mistakes and how to fix them. So this course is a simplified and streamlined hub of information. It's based off of my personal experience, applying to Stanford, USC, UCLA, NYU, and so much more. My experience, everything that I learned and my mistakes that I learned from going through it myself, plus my 3 years of research. I have not stopped researching the college essay writing process since 2018. Every single year, I have been doing more research, reading up more on it. And so I've done lots of research on the college experts that are listed here, and to the point where I am also now a college essay expert. And it includes my experience from working with students one-on-one. Like I've been saying, I've edited 800 plus college essays and learned so much more throughout that process. And I've created around 50, probably more at this point, YouTube videos on the college application process. And I spent my entire gap year, this whole year during the pandemic, I spent this entire year consulting students over Zoom and helping them craft the best applications possible. So you can trust that this is a great resource. And so the Ultimate Guide to Craft Your Story college essay course, actually, once you purchase this course, you provide one to a first generation and low income student at the same time. So you're not only helping yourself, you are also helping a student in need. And so I want you guys to know that through this course and through this guide, this is something that I didn't have. And I so wish I did, because I didn't have the guidance. I had to struggle so much on my own figuring this out. And this will teach you exactly what to do step by step. It will literally handhold you through the whole process. And so you won't feel lost anymore. There's no scrapping those countless poor drafts, right? You're going to get it right the first time or first couple times. There's no more wasting your time, because these include time-saving strategies. And I will teach you how to build a solid foundation for your essay so you can refine it from the ground up. You aren't just starting and then crashing it down. You are actually building it and making sure it's a sturdy, stable essay that you can submit with confidence and with pride. All right. And then also, if you want feedback on your essays, you want trusted feedback from me or anyone on my team, I also offer essay editing services, which you can check out at collegeessayadvice.com/editing. And we will help you not just with grammar and sentence structure, because that, of course, isn't the most important part, as I've been talking about in this whole presentation. I will help you with storytelling, with cohesion, with clarity, on top of the phrasing and grammar and the flow of your essay. These are all super, super important to craft an excellent college essay that will give you one step closer to your goals, your educational goals. All right, so here are all of my resources that you can access. And I want you guys to know that I'm here. I want to help you throughout the whole process. I want to be that guide that I did not have when I was applying to schools. And I want you to remember that you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. So I don't want you guys to have gone winging it throughout the whole process and then don't get into the schools that you want to and have that regret, right? You don't want to have that regret that you didn't put your best foot forward. So put your best foot forward now and invest in the resources that will help you get there, that will help you achieve your goals. All right. So that's it for me. I want you guys to go online right now and check out collegeessayadvice.com. Coach Tony Lee put it in the chat, and I want you guys to all check it out, because collegeessayadvice.com is where you're going to get so much information, so many resources. I have the course, like I mentioned, the online services, the essay editing, consulting. You can meet with me, and a ton of free resources that are all there for you. Plus, you can join my email list, and I will be sending you guys information and new things throughout your whole college application process, because I want you to know that I'm here for you. All right. That is it for me.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That was incredible. I took my own notes throughout the entire event as well too.
Oh my gosh.
Super awesome. Right now, everyone's on the screen. I pinned it as a little banner now, so you guys can see the website. Definitely highly encourage everyone. Take it. I went through the materials of past few weeks. Tons and tons of gold in there. I think you can probably write your whole thing with just the free advice on there as well too. So definitely take a look at that, collegeessayadvice.com. Thank you so much, Dylan, for everything as well too today. Okay.
You're welcome. I was wondering, I mean, since I could answer a couple questions,
Sure.
if
Yeah.
anyone has any.
Let's do that. We have a little bit of time, so let's go ahead and do that as well too.
Yeah.
So right now, if you guys have any college essay related question, feel free to drop it in the comments here in the chat. Let me check the other chat really quick as well too.
I love that you have two chats going. That's awesome.
It's I tried to put it under one big software, then it kept crashing last minute. So I was like, let's just keep it separate. So then I keep two on both sides.
Well, props to your organization skills.
I try. Awesome. We have one from Shay over here. The question is for schools, like, how do you know what main? So I think they're referring to the Common App, because they're asking for the one main essay. How do you know what that Common App essay should be about?
Oh, that's a loaded question.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what you kind of have to discover through this process. And so in the course, I actually guide you through a very strategic step-by-step process of how to brainstorm ideas for your your Common App essay and figure out like what is most important to you, because it could be a really impactful story about something that happened in your life, maybe a significant challenge you went through, or maybe not. Maybe it could be about a passion you have, something you're really, really passionate about, and how you maybe transform that into a project or an extracurricular. It can be about something related to your family or to your home life or to your culture. Or it could be a thematic essay where I talk about this in the course as well, like how to break down these different anecdotes from your life and craft it into one cohesive story around one central theme. I had a student who's actually in my course. Their essay was phenomenal, and their essay, you can actually read it on the course. It's about using art as a form of communication, which I thought was really cool. And it talks about different experiences from his life in which he used art as a form of communication with different students he was working with and with his own family and his community. So there's just a whole wide range of things you can talk about, but it's by going through this course and by going through these step-by-step processes and these exercises that you'll be able to discover that for yourself. What is the best story to tell?
Awesome. We have like time for like maybe 2, 3 more questions. So Sydney asked a question. What, like with the word limits, do you want to stay? How close do you want to stay to the word limit? Does it matter if it gives you a certain number? How much should you be around?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I would usually recommend riding all the way up to that word count. It doesn't have to be like, for example, the Common App essay is 650 words maximum. It doesn't have to be 650 on the dot, but maybe around 640 something, 630 something. I think that's great, because then you're utilizing all the words that you have available to you. So you're making sure you're really conveying all that you want to convey. But you aren't going over the word limit, of course. So I recommend like going through, writing your essay. When you just write a first draft, like don't worry about the word count. Have it in the back of your mind, but don't like stump yourself and like cut yourself off so you don't actually get to the most important part of your essay. I think, sorry, going back to like what we talked about before of like why students spend so much time on the background story and not enough time on that self-reflection of how they overcame their challenges or what they learned through these experiences, is because they cut themselves off, because they're like, oh, the word count, okay, I just need to stop. No, do not stop. That is the most important part of your essay. This is what the college admissions officers actually want to hear. So write that part and then go through your essay and start cutting down the other parts. That's super important.
Awesome. Cool. Kelly has a really like very unique question as well, like very not unique, specific question. I think specific to USC. They say that she says that like, you know how they ask questions like I pulled it up to make sure I said like your favorite snack, best movie, those type of questions. How do you
Yes.
approach those questions?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think trying to be witty is a great idea. And showing your personality. That whole part of the essay, I remember I was actually speaking with a USC admissions officer. He came and visited my high school back in 2018. And he was saying that those questions, they're not meant to stump you. They're not trick questions. It's really just to get a sense of your personality, to make sure that, you know, you're a human, right? You're not just some robot or like you have zero personality. You're so bland. Like you want to be fun. You want to show that you are a person. You do have personality. Stanford has its own set of questions similar to that, but I think with those, you have to be a little bit more strategic towards in crafting a clever, maybe witty response.
Awesome. And I think we have time for only one more question.
All right, sounds good.
I pick one that can help a few people out. So Hannah asks, and a few people ask the question as well too. The idea of like themes, like if a school is asking multiple questions, do you want them all to talk about the same thing? Should we do? Yeah. So your idea on themes of
Yes.
questions or not?
Oh my goodness, that's also a loaded question. I have a lot of thoughts on that. But in a nutshell, I would say that I don't think you need to make every single essay about the same thing. I think it's better if you don't do that. Also, all of your extracurriculars do not need to be about the same thing. It doesn't have to have this one theme. However, it is good to be spiky, as some admissions off or some college counselors say, in which your application is cohesive. I think there's a difference between everything being only one thing and I only focus on one thing versus it's cohesive and you have connections that connect everything together, because you don't want to be scattered, right? Everything's all over the place, but you also don't want to just focus on only one thing, because it seems like you're just one singular person. When like in real life, in terms of being a evolved human being, you're gonna have to know like interdisciplinary concepts, because everything in the world blends together and everything relates to one another. And so in terms of your essays, I think it's important to draw connections between them. It doesn't have to be like the topic itself is all about this one thing, but you can mention certain things that tie back to other things you talked about in other essays. And I know I'm sounding pretty vague here, but I actually have a full video on this exact topic, and I explain how I did it in my own essays on YouTube. And so if you just go on YouTube, you search my name and search like theme, like college essay theme or through line, it should pop up. It should definitely pop up, and you should definitely watch that video, because I talked about that with another college consultant, and we had a great conversation. And so I talk about those things in that video. But one thing that I did, for example, is, I wanted to tie in my interest in math and tech, the STEM side of me, with the arts, because I was super, super artsy person. I love design and arts, and I went to an arts high school, focused on visual arts, but also performing arts. And I wrote an essay about design, about graphic design. And I didn't just make the whole essay about art and design, but I actually did something where I connected my art and design concepts with math concepts, because, I was talking about these Bezier curves that I was creating in Photoshop, and the tangential lines, like a tangent line on these curves. And I just it made it seem like it was a math equation, even though it was art. But the way I talked about it was I was connecting these math concepts just to show that, hey, I'm also interested in math. I have these interests, and they all blend together. And so that's how you make your application more cohesive, is you relate things to one another and you draw those connections. So it's not necessarily like everything is about that one thing. Like that essay wasn't about math, it was about art, but I connected it to math as well.
Awesome. That's an awesome way to end it as well too. So thank you so much for your time today. And
Thank
with
you.
anyone else who wants to connect with Dylan more, go to collegeessayadvice.com. Thank you so much. Okay.
All right. I'll see you guys over there. Have a wonderful day.
All righty, everyone's almost lunchtime right now. I'm going to share what's going to happen in the next few hours for you. I got a bunch of messages and private messages over the past few hours as well about that one-on-one session at the end. And it turned out you guys kind of want a more one-on-one thing versus I was planning to do a group coaching call format, but people want to ask private personal questions. We can definitely do that as well. So here's the plan. I think this will make a lot of people happy. At the same time, I'm gonna see how fast people are here as well too. So I'm gonna go grab food really quick. So give me 15 minutes. So first 15 minutes, I'm gonna go grab food real fast. But from 12:15 all the way to the end, I remember our scheduled speakers couldn't make it for the second half because we switched the dates, but they're gonna come back in a future talk in a few weeks. So I'm super pumped for that. So in the meanwhile, I'm gonna use this time to do one-on-one Q&A calls with anyone who wants it. And because we have close to 1,000 people here live and on the other platform, it's really impossible for me to get to all of them. So I'm sure a lot of you don't have questions, but the ones who do have a question, here's how we're gonna do it. So feel free now to text 714-988-3966, right? Text me a time frame between 12:15 and 3 o'clock. Hey, I'm free. Oh, this is Pacific time, by the way. Pacific. Oh, 2 lines. Pacific time here, right? Let me know what time works best for you. I'll shoot back a time. Hey, this time work for you guys there. If the spots are full, I'll say the spots are full kind of thing as well too. And you get one question. So to save time, type that question in the text as well too. We'll do a quick 5-minute limit per per questions because I know it's going to be sold out really, really fast. We have 1,000 people doing the math. We only have like 30 something spots. So if you can wait till tomorrow's Q&A, feel free to do that. But if not, feel free. Oh, we're getting text already. So if you are interested in this, feel free to send me a text right now. We're going to break for lunch, actually break for the day as well too. So if you here, hope you enjoyed day number 1. Day 2 is going to be even better as well too. Tomorrow we'll be back here at 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern as well. And if you're interested in the one-on-one quick chats to answer quick questions there, feel free to text us. I'll leave the screen up. On the screen, I'll play some background music for about 15 minutes until we start this. We'll shut off this stream. We'll jump onto a private room to answer all these questions one-on-one. Right. With that being said, hope you all enjoyed. Hope you guys have a lot of notes, and I'll check in with you guys. Or if I see you today, I'll check with you in a bit. If not, I'll see everyone bright and early tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific. Have a great day, everyone.